following is a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
Phoenix, the Valley of the Sun, a desert oasis turned sprawling metropolis, home to more than 1.5 million people. Out on what used to be the edge of town, tucked up against the Estrella Mountains, sits the Phoenix International Raceway, a fast but flat mile oval where thousands have been camping all week enjoying the beautiful weather and their favorite sport, NASCAR. Now it's time to head inside to see whether Jimmie Johnson continues his march towards a third straight championship or whether Carl Edwards can creep a little closer in the standings as he did in Texas 1 week ago.
Folks, it's Halloween weekend. Could number one possibly get a hex because Carl Edwards put Jimmie Johnson 1 lap down?
This 48 car is struggling big time right now.
We will have to stop for fuel again. Even if I really conserve, stop in 4 laps, but...
Then, Bob Osborne told his driver, actually, we're only 0.2 of a lap short.
He's got a huge lead now with all these guys making these pit stops. He can slow his lap time way up.
What a call. Carl Edwards gets it done and wins at Texas. Now the margin is 106 points with 2 races to go.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
ESPN welcomes you to NASCAR Countdown. Today, the second to last race of the season as the chase for the Sprint Cup moves to the 1-mile Phoenix International Raceway in Avondale, Arizona. The green flag waves just 58 minutes from now, and the race for the championship that seemed out of hand a week ago suddenly is a bit less comfortable for Jimmie Johnson. Johnson's lead is 106 points. Jimmie has won the last 2 straight here. It is possible he could lock up the title today. Then again, it's also possible Carl Edwards could leave here with as much as a 55-point lead if circumstances fall right. Edwards has won the last 2 weeks, trimming 43 points off Johnson's advantage. And don't count out third place Greg Biffle quite yet. Biff could also mathematically leave Phoenix with the championship lead. By the way, everyone from 8th place Matt Kenseth on down has been eliminated from winning this chase. In case you're wondering, the biggest deficit ever overcome with 2 races remaining is 85 points. The late Alan Kulwicki was actually in 3rd place and that far behind in 1992, but won the title. The most remarkable rally in NASCAR championship history so far. If you were there that day, you'll never forget the moment. Now, Friday in qualifying, Jimmie Johnson showed that Texas was in his rear-view mirror as he set the fastest time and took the pole position for this race, while Carl Edwards qualified 15th fastest and has some work to do to catch Jimmie right from the drop of the green flag. For Carl's thoughts on the day, let's go trackside. Here's Dave Burns.
And Carl joins us now, and a lot of people looking for a rally out of you this weekend. Starting 15th, how difficult will that be?
You know, I think that this Office Depot Fusion is good enough that you know, if we can make some passes, have a little strategy, get up towards the front, you know, I believe we're good enough to gain some points. I think we were a tick better than Jimmie in practice. At least that's what Bob told me. I haven't seen the sheet, but you know, we need to just go out and do what we've been doing and have a good day. And if we can close some points, that's really good.
You and your car owner have an ongoing discussion about momentum. Did yesterday's win here in a different series help you? You more excited today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it always just makes the day go a little better. You know, you wake up a little more peppy, and you know, it makes me feel better just to know that we can go out and you know, and perform on this racetrack. You know, it's wild. It's coming down to crunch time. You know, there's this race and one more, and that's going to define the champion. So, you know, it's all or nothing now.
He did what he needed to do yesterday, Alan. Perhaps the same thing today.
All right, David, thanks. Carl's success the last 2 weeks has spurred the talk of great championship rallies. I mentioned Alan Kulwicki earlier. 85 points down, 2 races to go. He won the title by leading the most laps and finishing 2nd in the season's final race. How about some other great sports rallies? The Buffalo Bills trailed the Houston Oilers 35-3 in the 92 AFC wildcard game and came back to win it in overtime. The 04 Boston Red Sox, down 3-0 in the American League Championship Series, came back to beat the New York Yankees in 7 games, including 2 extra innings thrillers. 07 LSU and Tennessee The Tigers beat the Vols in the SEC Championship game, which moved them from 7th to 2nd in the BCS standings, allowed them to play for the National Championship. And then last summer's NBA Finals, the Boston Celtics down 18 points at halftime of Game 4, but came back to beat the Los Angeles Lakers, the largest halftime deficit ever overcome in a finals game in the shot clock era. Our ESPN Pit Studio has a wonderful view just outside turn 2 of this beautiful place. We'll be looking down in the driver's eyes as they try to wrestle their way off this critical corner. And we welcome you inside. Alan Bestwick, Rusty Wallace, Brad Doherty, and Ray Evernham. We're glad you've joined us for the race. Want to put some perspective on this championship situation to start with.
All I can tell you is wow. It's amazing what's been going on this year. I mean, take a look at Jimmie Johnson, how strong he's run all year long. 106-point lead right now. But what about Carl Edwards? This guy's got 14 wins, guys, between the Nationwide Series and the Cup Series, and he's charging like unbelievable, like I've never seen. He's like a lion on an attack, and you can just feel it in his eyes, and you can see him how hungry he is. And the car is handling perfect. I tell you, Johnson's got to look out of his rearview mirror today because Edwards is going to be on the march, and he's going to be coming hard.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional race right up to now. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Like you talk about Jimmie Johnson, he's moving towards being a 3-time consecutive champion to match Cale Yarborough. That's outstanding. But Carl Edwards, his effort has been a championship effort. He is looking to try to win titles in both series, and he's close to doing it. He has been outstanding.
Edwards has had everything go his way the last couple of weeks. We hear the term momentum, one of those sports terms. Are there tangible ways that really applies to this?
I think there are, absolutely. You know, this is still a sport, and when you have a person that believes they can and they're seeing it done, you can always do your job a little bit better. It's almost like you're creating good luck. That momentum is important as we go forward.
Agree or disagree? Carl's having more fun chasing Jimmy than Jimmy's having looking in the mirror.
He is definitely having more fun because he can just have fun right now and drive hard, be aggressive, doesn't have to be conservative about nothing. I love the position that Carl Edwards is in right now. Hey, don't take it wrong. I would want to be leading the championship, but I like chasing these cats. I like being aggressive.
You hear him talk about it all the time at Talladega and Daytona. You don't want to be the guy out front leading the last lap. When you go up that ladder, what's exposed? That rear end when you're number one. You have to be that guy in second place. Carl Edwards is having a great time. Jimmie Johnson's feeling all the pressure.
Well, I can tell you whether his rear end's exposed or not, I'll bet you it's fun. When you've got good, solid competition, both those guys are having a good time. You know, Carl won the round last week. Jimmy's thinking this week's my time to come in and get a knockout.
Check this out now. 5 times this season already in a 2-race span, Carl Edwards has earned 106 or more points than Jimmie Johnson. Remember, he's 106 behind with 2 to go. Those 5 instances, those 5 back-to-back races, he's earned that many more points than Jimmie Johnson in those races. It is certainly possible. Got a whole lot more to tell you about before the green flag. Let's go trackside. Here's Shannon Spake.
Well, I've got a number for you, Alan. 162. Write it down. Remember it. Jimmie Johnson sure will. That is the number Johnson says he needs to be leading Carl Edwards by going into next weekend's race in order to feel confident that he can win this year's championship. Jimmie Johnson starts from the pole today. He's looking for his 3rd Phoenix win. Coming up on Countdown, I'll talk to Jimmie Johnson. Mike Massaro?
Thanks, Shannon. For 14 consecutive seasons, Jeff Gordon has scored at least 1 victory. But so far in 2008, his season has been as barren as the desert that surrounds this racetrack. Can Jeff Gordon end his dry spell today and get his first win of 2008? We'll talk to him coming up. Let's go to Jamie Little.
Well, he's won here 2 times at Phoenix in the Sprint Cup Series, and in the spring race, he was one of the fastest cars. Coming up on Countdown, I'll talk to Dale Earnhardt Jr., NASCAR's most popular driver, and ask him about his chances today. Alan?
All right, Jamie, thanks. We've got that and a whole lot more coming up on the Phoenix edition of NASCAR Countdown as the fans settle in on Rattlesnake Hill.
That thing right there attracts rattlesnakes, I guarantee you.
The sign?
The sign, I guarantee it.
I'm glad it's out there on the hillside then.
It is the duel in the desert. Number 1 focus on Jimmie Johnson's mind is to keep an eye on the 24 car. Jimmie Johnson trying to win 4 in a row.
Dude, you are incredible. Awesome job today. Got your awesome job.
I kind of like what Jimmie Johnson is doing. Let everybody else stop and let's see where we are.
Boy, this is high stakes poker.
We got a 20-second lead. Slow it way down.
First win for Hendrick in 2008. Jimmie Johnson coasts across on fumes and wins it.
Jimmie Johnson has won the last 2 here at Phoenix, and it is possible he could clinch the Sprint Cup championship today. Jimmie's point lead over second, 106. If through some combination of circumstances, Jimmie ends the race with a lead of 196 or more, the title's his. Carl Edwards couldn't overtake him even if Jimmie didn't show at next week's finale. From last we saw our champion hopeful post-race at Texas 7 days ago, we continue following Jimmie Johnson's three-peat bid behind the scenes.
The race at Texas, we just couldn't get the leader, couldn't catch caution, and we're just kind of helpless. Once we got behind, we were just stuck there and couldn't go anywhere.
It's like getting kicked in the balls over and over. That sucked.
Jimmie Johnson will be credited with finishing in 15th position.
I really think we could have been top 10, top 5, and gosh, it'd be nice to have those points, but it is what it is.
First time tonight show. Met Jay maybe a year ago at a Lowe's function. Knew a lot about racing, which was cool. So I think going into this will be a lot of fun. Evidently my shirt is wrinkled. I'm gonna be standing in here without a shirt on. Everything looks fun.
No. Wrinkled. Can we get him a Tonight Show shirt? I'll find it.
Chances are I'm gonna be standing here just flexing, and Jay's gonna walk up. Then we sit and wait.
Texas race, I have done a good job of not thinking about it too much.
He was not great on the plane ride. Well, a little bit after. But I think Monday morning, you were Monday afternoon, I would say.
Monday afternoon, that's better.
Right. I would say.
Can't dwell on it too long, I guess.
Yeah.
I still, though, I get a flashback in my mind. I'm like, damn it, why?
Well, you did have a meltdown.
Oh, yeah, I did have a minor meltdown.
You had a meltdown sitting.
Yeah. Yeah, I did have one minor meltdown.
Any weird superstitions? I always find people who do high-risk things have superstitions. Do you have any?
You know, I've had the lucky pair of underwear that fortunately went away. I don't have that anymore.
What happened? They just disintegrate?
The band was all that was left, you know, so I had to get rid of that.
Look at the championship, Jimmie.
Thank you.
Good job, man.
See you guys.
Are these people really race fans? You gotta be kidding me.
Gosh. Yeah.
They are. Holy smokes, we should stop them.
Yeah, here, I've got a Sharpie.
Hey, congratulations on being in the lead, man.
Thank you.
You're going to be good on Sunday.
This year's been a different experience, I would say. So far, so good, though. Only 2 more.
2 more.
Well, obviously you just saw that Jimmie Johnson no longer has his lucky underwear, but I don't think that that's the reason that Texas last week did not go the way that you guys wanted to. We got a slight glimpse into your week after that race. How do you deal with these high-pressure situations of being in a championship hunt?
There's really not a lot that you can do. I mean, you just have to show up and you know, wake up and start the day and look for positives, look for things that make you feel good, and just get in the car and get to work. I mean, I don't think anybody deals with pressure in a great manner, but it's what you're faced with as a professional athlete. And I think that at the end of the day, the thing I find the most comfort in is knowing that I'm going to climb in my car and I can still control my own destiny. So that's part I'm excited about. Everything leading up until race time is really the hardest part, and we're almost out of that time. It's almost time to get to work in the car.
Now, every week we've heard you say the goal is to go out and win the race. But where the championship is concerned, what is your goal here today?
Well, I want to finish ahead of the 99 and the 16, and I think in order to do that, I'm going to have to win the race. 99 looks really strong. It's been a great track for us over the years, and I feel that we have a great effort to go out and get a trophy today. So that's where the goal is, and you know, we'll obviously keep our goals in check as the day progresses, and if situations change, you know, we're going to be smart about things, but at the end of the day, we need to win the race.
Alan, Jimmie Johnson looking for his 3rd straight win here at Phoenix.
All right, Shannon, thanks. So after the rough day in Texas last Sunday, Jimmie Johnson comes here and sits on the pole. What a statement.
That was a really big statement. I mean, they think that they got Jimmie Johnson right by the throat. Carl Edwards does. Hey, I'm going to get this guy. He finished 15th last weekend. We're right on him. Johnson comes out here and bam, right on the pole, flies around the racetrack, and he's awful fast in practice, too. So, hey, that was a great, gigantic statement I thought that Johnson laid out, Brad. That was just really cool.
Yes, sir.
Now, this thing could go one of 3 different ways today, right?
Oh, absolutely. Now, you guys know I'm a big professional wrestling fan, so I'm into conspiracy theories. I got questions for you. Who's on the outside pole?
Jamie McMurray.
Yeah.
Who's his teammate?
Carl Edwards.
And how bad do you think Jamie McMurray wants to lead that first lap?
Really bad.
Hey, we're going to get it on here in a little bit, boys. I'm telling you.
So today, Carl could gain ground on Jimmie. Jimmie could put Carl away, or they can maintain about the same difference and head to South Florida for the finale next week. How will what happens today affect these next 7 days for Jimmy?
We got to get these black helicopters.
Yeah, conspiracy theories, yeah.
Theory. But, you know, Jimmy said something really key in his interview there. When I'm in my car, I can control my destiny. That's the key with great athletes. Give me the ball, let me do my job. You know what? He and Carl are going to have to deal with a lot of distractions this week. Period. It's one of the biggest stories in motorsports right now. I don't think it's going to end today. I think it's going to continue on the Homestead, and those guys have got to settle it in the car, and Jimmy just can't wait till he gets behind the wheel so he's in control.
I like to be in that position.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty good getting all the TV time. You know, if you're a driver and you're out there going for it. I mean, hey, these two are great drivers going for this thing. It's going to be exciting.
Now, I'm not much into the conspiracy theories, but you know I am into the anything can happen theories, right?
We know that.
I give you, by example, Friday night's NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race here. That's Ron Hornaday in the 33, one of the championship contenders. This is lap 1.
Yeah, Ron hauls off down in the corner trying to get under Kyle Busch, touches his left rear quarter panel, gets up into the wall. Lap 1 of the point leaders, torn all the pieces.
So he goes to the garage. Johnny Benson, his rival for the title's in great shape, right? That's Benson in the red truck. Then later in the race, he and TJ Bell get tangled up. Bang. Benson goes to the garage. End result, they finish 1 position apart in the race. They go to Homestead 3 points apart for the Truck Series championship.
Truck racing's awesome.
Then yesterday in the NASCAR Nationwide Series race, a restart goes wrong, and point leader Clint Boyer is in the middle of it. Damage to his car sets him back to 31st. He has to rally to finish 4th. I say again, anything can happen.
But I still haven't figured out on those restarts what happened. I can't figure out why they didn't get going.
It just didn't happen.
Well, I'll tell you one thing I've learned out of the whole deal. You better watch the first lap or you better watch them restarts.
Absolutely.
If Jimmy Johnson wins the title, it'll be the 7th for team owner Rick Hendrick, whose cars have won 7 races this season. The Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle teams are owned by Jack Roush. They have 10 wins this year, and all 5 Roush Fenway cars made the chase. Both owners get incredible results through much different styles. Matt Kenseth is the 2003 champion. Jack Roush has won his first title.
The championship goes to Jeff Gordon.
Number 1 for owner Rick Hendrick.
Rick might have been the guy that was doing the waxing and the polishing and giving it glitz and glitter, and I was probably the guy on the creeper rolling around underneath making sure that all the plugs were tight and it didn't lose oil.
I think in life, things, you have to be at the right place at the right time.
I was considered myself kind of an outsider. I was not involved with stock car racing until I was in my mid-40s.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s grandfather, and I had a Busch car, and then I had an opportunity to do a deal with Richard Petty. It didn't work out, and so I ended up with Jeff Bodine and no sponsor in 1984.
I watched my father struggle in business, so I had no interest, 0 interest in business, absolutely none.
I found a very talented crew chief in Harry Hyde. We were going to pull the plug. 2 or 3 times we said, one more race, Harry, I can't afford to go any further. And then we won that race.
For 15 years, I went through never borrowing a dime. So I won a little money or made a little money. I'd sold something. I put that in my right pocket. I would put my bills in the other pocket, and I had to stay balanced. I couldn't be walking sideways.
So many things had to fall into place. And then you have a guy like Jeff Gordon that you see when he's a young driver, and you take a chance, and he develops into one of the greatest that's ever been.
Jeff Gordon wins the championship.
One of only 3 men to win 4 or more championships.
I was criticized early on for having multi-car teams, and they said, you're never going to win a championship trying to run 2 cars.
Very early, I figured out that if I ran 2 cars, I'd have twice as much data.
What I learned in the automobile business was if you have good people and you can get another opportunity and you take another group of good people and they work together, you're smarter. But the key is they've got to believe and work toward the same goal.
Rick and I share similar ambitions, and he's done just a fabulous job in putting together the balance between marketing and performance.
You got to communicate face to face. You can't do it through the internet or a fax machine. Nothing takes the place of that human capital having contact with each other.
He's been an inspiration to me, same as I've enjoyed some of my own success. I've certainly taken an example of his success as well.
Rick Hendrick started competing at NASCAR's top level in 1984. Jack Roush 4 years later. What each has accomplished, though, is remarkable. 174 and 112 wins. The championships. They've also had great success in the chase format. And by the way, each has 5 Phoenix wins as a team owner. Ray, you enjoyed great success with Rick Hendrick, 3 championships together. A lot of racing teams, just like other sports teams, cycle up and then cycle down. But Hendrick kind of seems immune to that cycle. Why?
Well, let me say first how much I respect both of those guys for everything they've accomplished. And I had, unfortunately, put some of that gray hair on Rick Hendrick's head. But I think we do see it. And in the beginning of the year here now, we're media too. We were saying, what's the matter with Hendrick? What's the matter with Roush? You know, they hadn't won. So they just have such a higher level of competition. Their dips are much lower. So when they're not all of a sudden winning, you know, we think they're on a downturn.
Yeah, Jack Roush and Rick Hendrick are the gold standard of our sport. And anyone who wants to be successful in this business, they try to emulate those 2 guys. So it's a great opportunity whenever you get to speak with them and learn from them, because they will share information. They're wonderful people.
2 different personalities, totally. It's unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, you look at Jack Roush, reminds me of this master technician. And you look at Hendrick, and he's just like Clint Eastwood, this real smooth cat that everybody loves working for. I like the way he talks, the way he walks, the whole deal, you know. 2 different guys.
Think we can get Hendrick in a cowboy hat out here in the desert? All right, for our Chevy Cutaway car segment this week, we want to look back on last Sunday's race at Texas Motor Speedway, where Carl Edwards' team made those critical fuel calculations that got them the win.
If we squeeze every little bit, use our best mileage, we are 0.2 of a lap short. So that's our best mileage of the day. I hear you. Keep conserving fuel, bud. Nice, clean, smooth laps. Outside, checkered flag. That is it. You're the winner. Awesome job, guys. Gosh darn it. Hell yes! Right there. That's Ford fuel mileage. Great job.
Coming into Phoenix, we're interested in fuel mileage. Last week's race was won in Texas on fuel mileage, but they said he gambled. I beg to differ there, because we've learned over the years, and Roush does a lot of testing, when you reduce the RPMs in the engine, you draw less fuel. Anytime you reduce those RPMs, fuel mileage goes up. Look, for instance, right here, the average speed, 186 miles an hour. Qualifying, the last few laps of the race, 156 miles an hour. There again, when you turn less RPMs, fuel mileage goes up. That enabled the crew chief not to gamble, a calculated risk, and he made it and won the race.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. By the way, Jimmy Johnson's team made that very same fuel strategy pay off here in Phoenix back in April when he made it to the checkered flag first. Couple notes about today. When you watch Juan Pablo Montoya's 42 car, you'll see the Texaco Haviland logo on a race car for the final time, ending a 22-year run of sponsorship. Will today be the final drive for Kyle Petty in a Petty Enterprises car? Kyle has no further races scheduled with the team beyond today. He starts 35th.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Sprint Cup champion will be crowned in the Ford 400 at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Our coverage starts at 3 Eastern Time with NASCAR Countdown on ABC. Will it be Jimmy Johnson with that historic 3rd straight championship, or will Carl Edwards cap one of the most remarkable rallies the sport has ever seen? Find out. The day starts with Countdown and ends with the Cup being presented next Sunday, 3 Eastern on ABC. We mentioned that Jimmy Johnson has won the last 2 Phoenix races. Jimmy's average Phoenix finish is the best of all active drivers, though Edwards and Biffle are no slouches at this track either. Let's hear from the 3rd player in the championship mix, kind of the long shot at this point. Greg Biffle is with Dave.
Well, and Greg Biffle has a kind of a long, high mountain to climb today. Greg, with that transmission change in your car, you'll need to start at the rear of the field. How will that work for you today?
Well, it's unfortunate we have to start the back with the 3M Ford Fusion, but you know, this racetrack does provide a lot of areas to pass, so I think that we're going to, you know, just have to work our way up. But we're excited to have the Red Cross on board. We're going to try and serve them proud today and get that thing up and get a top 5 finish and just hopefully gain some points on these guys. It's not over yet, but you know, we got a long ways to go.
Don't forget, Greg started the chase with a win on a 1-mile flat track.
All right, Dave, thanks. So we'll watch that 16 come from the back today. A couple news and notes updates for you. Jamie McMurray says Donnie Wingo is going to be his crew chief next year. They were together at Ganassi when McMurray first came to Sprint Cup racing. After a week filled with rumors, J.D. Gibbs confirms Joey Logano will be the driver of the Home Depot 20 car next year. And also in the quashing rumors department, Sam Hornish says he's a NASCAR racer. Stories that he may be considering a return to IndyCar are untrue. This morning here at the racetrack, NASCAR CEO Brian France met with reporters in the media center, tackled a lot of topics. Obviously, the economy, topic number one on the minds of a lot of these race teams and people working for race teams in the garage area. Brian said everything is on the table, that NASCAR's job number one is to find ways to help contain costs for the race teams. You all own a piece of a race team. Your thoughts on the state of the economy and looking ahead?
Well, it's tough out there. It really is. It's very tougher than it's ever been, and I like how NASCAR is jumping into it and trying to help save some cost right now. I mean, they got a lot of control. They can eliminate some testing. They can get less days at the racetrack. There's a lot of things they can do, and I like that they're thinking really hard about it right now to help everybody.
See, I think the problem also falls into our laps, because as we go out and try to make our race teams better, we're competing with those people we talked about earlier, Jack Roush and Rick Hendrick. If you look at the chase, Hendrick's got 3 cars, Roush has 3 cars, Gibbs has 3 cars. We want to compete with those guys. We have to keep doing what they're doing. And so we have to be able to police ourselves to also help them the cost.
I agree, but I also would like to see, there's a lot of great, smart people in this sport, from the Richard Petty and Dale Inman to the Childress and Hendrick and all those guys. Get everybody together and say, okay, let's work together. I know that as a business owner, I've got areas I can look at my travel, I can look at things, but 3-4 years from now, what direction should we be going in to keep these costs from rising?
And certainly, as I've gone through the garage this weekend, the future and the economy is on the minds of a lot of people that work on these race teams. Now, back to today's race and somebody else to keep an eye on today. One Dale Earnhardt Jr., who starts 5th. Jr. is a 2-time Phoenix winner, 03 and 04. In 03, he rolled past Jimmy Johnson for the victory. That win helping Jr. finish 3rd in points that season. A year after that, it was Jeff Gordon that Junior squeezed by to take the checkers here. One of 5 victories in his 04 campaign. No driver has 3 Phoenix wins. Can driver 88 become the first to do that today? Jamie, what do you think?
Well, I'm about to ask him how that car is. You know, in the spring, he was one of the fastest cars, led 87 laps, finished 7th, Junior. Yesterday, you said your car was pretty good. However, at this racetrack, it's hard to set your car up so it's good on both ends, Junior. What constitutes a good race car here?
One that passes everybody and leads the race, I reckon. I've had a few of them here, and it's real important to get it turned down into turn 1. The car gets real tight there, trying to turn into 1, and getting a good straight run off the bottom, exiting 2. That's really the 2 key parts. You drive the car the best you can around 3 and 4, but really work on the handling turn 1 and 2.
All right, Dale Jr., one of the most popular drivers out here. Lots of fans, Alan.
All right, Jamie, a couple of other stories from Friday's qualifying we want to mention. Kurt Busch was 3rd fastest in the Penske Dodge. The 04 champ in that team trying to get their cars squared away for an 09 title effort. Kurt starts 3rd today. And 2nd fastest, Jamie McMurray in the Roush Fenway 26. McMurray's been hot lately. 2 top 5s and 3 top 10s in the last 4 weeks. He got engaged this week. Now can he win the race? Both drivers are with Shannon Spake.
Well, we're going to start with Kurt Busch on the back of this truck making a ride around after driver intros. Great qualifying effort for this team. You said after qualifying, though, that you thought you might have been able to sneak away with the pole. Obviously happy with your car and your engine for 2 laps. What about 312?
That's the whole objective, is to be dialed in at the end of the race, and Pat Trice made some great adjustments in qualifying. Hopefully those same things will work in the race today, and we've got a great Miller Lite Dodge underneath us, 2 races to go. We want nothing but victory lane for the Miller folks.
Of course, looking for a great run for Kurt Busch. Now we're going to turn around. Jamie McMurray right next to me, starting on the front row today. You've been having such great runs lately. What's changed?
Yeah, really nothing. We just, about 3 months ago, we started running a lot better, and we just couldn't get the finishes out of it, whether it was bad luck or maybe I made a mistake on the track. And for the last month, we haven't really had good luck. We just have not had any bad. So Larry and Derek have done a really good job of making adjustments to the car, and Irwin car is fast again this weekend. We qualified well, and first practice we were a little off, and by the end of the second practice I felt like we had a top 5 car again. So hopefully after last week it was kind of heartbreak to lead that late and not be able to get to victory lane. So hopefully today will be our day.
All right, Kurt Busch, Jamie McMurray starting 2nd and 3rd in today's race. Alan?
Shannon, you didn't wave when you came by. Come on now. All right, while we're focusing on some of the top qualifiers for today, let's mention David Ruderman delivered a 4th place starting spot for the UPS team. Daytona 500 winner Ryan Newman had his first top 10 qualifying run in 3 months. He's lined up 6th today. And Denny Hamlin absolutely positively starting 8th in the Gibbs 11. He loves the flatter track. We'll see if he gets the trophy a little bit later.
I told you. What a cuddly little creature.
I like snakes.
Is that real?
Mark Martin would not be a bad pick to get a win today in Phoenix, at least based on how he ran in that 8 car here in April. Mark led most of the race's second half. but had to stop for fuel with 11 laps to go. Left him with a disappointing 5th place finish. He starts 10th today. He's with Dave Burns.
And Tony Gibson, his crew chief, talking with him right now about that. Mark, do you feel like based on practice you've got the car today to seal the deal you might have given up in April?
Well, I don't know. You know, we'll have to see what the race is like. I really haven't been as strong in practice as we were last time here. Everybody tells me that the car is really strong on the lap tracker and this, that, and the other, but I'm not really sure. But, you know, we didn't have to have a car that good to pull it off if everything would go our way. So this team is awesome, and Tony and I were just talking about it. We're gonna go after it every way that we can and try to pull one off for everybody at DEI and the Army.
Final race for Mark with this team. We'll see if he can do it. Mike?
Dave, Jeff Gordon came so close to getting that first victory a week ago, but the days are dwindling down here. How much pressure are you feeling to keep this winning streak alive? It's been 14 years since you've been winless.
You know, I mean, there's definitely pressure. We recognize that. But, you know, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves every weekend to try to win. And there's nothing more that we can do than what we've been doing other than, you know, just try to get it figured out and put the best race car we can out there. Have great teamwork. I'm so proud of this team in the last, you know, several weeks, really, of turning our performance around. You know, that pole showed for it, and that finish last week at Texas. And I tell you what, I think we've got an awesome race car with this DuPont Chevrolet today. One of the best race cars that I've had here in Phoenix. I hope that we can just, you know, stay up with the racetrack, keep tuning on it, and maybe we can get that first win here.
Jeff Gordon had been tripped up by this racetrack for a number of years, but he did finally score that first Phoenix victory last spring, Alan.
Starts 7th today, Mike. All right, let's talk about this flat Phoenix mile. What to watch for first? How about tricky turn 2?
Oh, boy, you got that right, turn 2. That is one tough turn, and the reason why it flattens out big time. Take a look at Greg Biffle. Bam, right in the wall right here. And he doesn't do it once. He does it again. He didn't learn. Whack, one more time. Again, he gets it.
Back-to-back laps in qualifying for the Biff. Another thing to watch for today, pit road, and particularly the curved section down in turn 1. That's tough for drivers and teams.
Well, exactly, Alan. The last 10, 12 spots on pit road are around the curve, so the pit crew cannot see their car coming. The driver can't see their pit sign. He's got to turn in further. That gets the cars out of position, sometimes stuck behind another car. You might have to back up to get your guy out.
And another thing to watch for as this race goes on, visibility.
It is absolutely incredible how difficult it is to see when you barrel off down into 1 and 2. I was talking to Elliott Sadler, and he said for about a second and a half, you don't see anything. You can't see your marks. You can't see a car in front of you. If it's spinning, you don't know what's going on. You see Mike Wallace here going through the corner. You have no idea where you're at. So you have to get in the comfort zone. Try to keep your car where you did the last lap in order to make it around this racetrack.
Now, the critical thing to this racetrack overall is that both ends of the speedway are shaped differently than the other.
Yeah, and it's really hard to get through turn 1. It's a real tight corner. And then when you get down to turn 3, it's real wide and real flat. So a lot of compromise at this racetrack.
And Rusty showed me yesterday where it drops off. You actually said, hey, look at this. And, you know, a guy that's been around here in one race is like him. You never really realized it, but sitting here, you see it drops off. That's why the cars are so light getting into turn 3 that they're actually loose getting in.
Did you know which driver has led more laps in Sprint Cup racing here than any other driver?
Dave Marcus.
No.
Russell William Wallace.
Oh, man.
867 laps led. Mark Martin's next at 676.
I'll be darned.
I like it.
How about that, Brad? There you go. Man, I'm going to get a little extra step in me right now.
There you go. Got to keep them all pumped up. It's all part of that whole pit box psychology thing. All right, we're getting closer to the command to start engines and the opening ceremonies today. Kyle Busch, the 05 winner of this race, starts 14th, seeking his 9th win of the year. Keep an eye on Kyle today. And Tony Stewart. He looked pretty sporty in practice, but he's going to start 29th today. And Matt Kenseth will take the green in 34th. Matt won here in 02 from 28th spot. We'll see if he's got a little more of that Phoenix magic today. NASCAR Countdown continues from Phoenix after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
If you think that somebody's out there better than you are, they're going to beat you every time.
You definitely have a target on you. There's no question about it, and everybody's shooting for you. I think there's much less pressure on the guy who's in second place as long as he knows he has a chance to get there.
I always looked at it from the standpoint, whatever you've been doing to get you there, you better keep doing. If you're not careful, you get off your beat, then you really mess up.
The second place guy, he's got to go all out.
Carl might have a little something for him.
Hey, great job. They don't don't pay for them whatever. You know, I almost done this or almost done that. You got to do what you got to do, and you got to do it that day.
Hell yes! Great job!
Attitude, pressure, consistency, all terms that very much apply today in the second to last race of the season. Pressure on Jimmie Johnson after the Texas race. Attitude, a little swagger after winning the pole Friday. Consistency, he starts first. He hopes to finish first today. Let's go trackside.
Race fans, please rise and remove your hats as the Luke Air Force Base Honor Guard along with Arizona Project Challenge present our nation's colors. Please pause for a moment of silence as we remember all our United States veterans. Now please remain standing as Phoenix International Raceway Chaplain Ken Bowers offers today's invocation.
Our Father, we are so happy to be here with you today for the continuation of our NASCAR weekend at Phoenix International Raceway. We are excited that you are always with us for the promise of today and the better tomorrow. We ask, O Lord, that you will be with us with the challenges and changes that may lie ahead. But we want to please you with our living, because we are all pilgrims in this life as we face our own countdown to the end. We pray, O Lord, that you will give us a safe racing day today. In every way we pray in your name, and everyone said, Amen.
From the multi-platinum recording artist Candlebox, currently supporting their brand new album Into the Sun, please welcome Kevin Martin with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Never gets old, those final few moments before the race, that's for sure. Well, 2 weeks ago it was Jimmie Johnson's late Atlanta rally. Last week it was Carl Edwards' all in to win fuel strategy. What will today's stories be? We start finding out when the engines fire at Phoenix International Raceway next.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Toyota, moving forward. Sprint. The chase for the Sprint Cup comes to you with NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only from Sprint and only on the Now Network. Coca-Cola. And Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We'll pick you up.
A beautiful setting for what we hope will be an exciting race. The Phoenix International Raceway and the second to last event in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season. Will the championship close up even more today, or will Jimmie Johnson lock up that third consecutive title? What we do know is that the drivers from 8th on down in the standings are eliminated from the chase. Question is, will Jimmie eliminate the rest of them over these 500 kilometers? You see, from Matt Kenseth to Denny Hamlin are no longer possibles for the title. If anyone trails Jimmie by 196 or more today, they are eliminated as well. Before the command, we head upstairs to Dr. Jerry Punch. Doc?
Thank you very much, Alan, along with Dale Jarrett and Andy Petrie. We are so glad to have you with us here at Phoenix. You know, folks, Jimmie Johnson has the points lead, the pole, and the preferred pit stall today, but he also has the pressure of knowing that mathematically either Carl Edwards or Greg Biffle could leave here today as the points leader. And, guys, you've lived it. You both have been in this chase position before down the stretch. What's the pressure like on a crew chief or crew or driver?
There's a ton of pressure on the crew chief and every single member of the team. The 48 team is leading these points. You don't want to be the guy that leaves a wheel loose or leaves an oil line loose or something like that. That would cost your team a chance at this championship. And those engine guys are sitting at home right now hoping that engine ticks all day long. There is just a lot of pressure on guys when you're leading these points.
Yeah, and from the driver's aspect of it, yeah, tremendous amount of pressure. You're not sleeping as good as what you once were. Jimmie Johnson feels like these days are literally weeks or months. He's ready to get there next week to Homestead and wrap this thing up. Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle, though, wouldn't mind this season extending just a little bit so they could have a little better chance at catching him.
Well, many so-called experts, including you two, have said that someone besides Jimmie Johnson will win this race today. Andy, you said it's going to be Carl Edwards. Why?
Well, he needs to win. He has to win this race to be able to make up points on this 48 team. So he is focused on doing that, and he's been doing it the last few weeks.
Yeah, and I said Denny Hamlin's going to win. That's my pick, but I'm not counting Jimmie Johnson out. I think he's going to be in the top 5 along with Carl Edwards. Should be a great race.
As if Jimmie Johnson didn't have enough to worry about, folks. Recently in history, pole sitters have not fared well here at Phoenix. In fact, the last 2 pole sitters have suffered blown engines and finished 42nd and 43rd. And if that happens today, oh my, this chase could be a nail-biter headed to Homestead Miami Speedway. Let's go trackside and get the command to fire them up.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Grand Marshal, Area Manager for Brakemaster, Wee Gwynn, as he delivers the most famous words in motorsports.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Fire them up, gang. Crank it up. All right, buddy, fire it up. Fire it up. Fire it up. Just fire it up. So just have some fun.
Engines have fired. 43 of NASCAR's finest Sprint Cup stars getting cinched up for 500 kilometers, 312 laps here on a tricky 1-mile D-shaped oval in Phoenix, Arizona. Let's take a look at our starting grid. Jimmie Johnson has picked up his 6th pole of the year, first ever at Phoenix International Raceway. He'll be flanked by Jamie McMurray, who has his best starting spot of the year. Now, while you watch to see where your favorite driver is starting, let's go down and visit with our pit crew, our pit chief down there, Bob Osborne, who's the crew chief for the 99 of Carl Edwards.
Hey, Bob Osborne, Andy Petrie in the booth. Have you got us?
Sir, Andy, how are you?
Hey, pretty good, Bob. You guys really stretched a tank of fuel last week, and it really paid off for you. How about this week? What's the plan?
I hope it doesn't come down to that. You know, I really don't like the fuel mileage races. I hope we've got a good enough car to be able to run up front from where we're at and win it straight out. But you know how it goes. A lot of things can happen. A lot of things have to go our way for that to happen.
Well, if you decide to go that way again, how big of a factor is the driver in this, and how much did Carl have to help you to do it last week?
The driver's everything, really. You know, the engine department does the best job they can to get the best mileage that they can with making great power. So when it comes down to it, the fuel mileage comes down to how well the driver does the gas pedal and the brakes throughout the race and how well the car's handling. So we're lucky to have Carl on board. We always get great gas mileage, which worked out for us last week.
Okay, good luck. I'm going to let Dale talk to Carl now.
Danny.
Hey, Carl, Dale Jarrett, ESPN. You have a copy?
I got you, Dale.
Hey, man, you have 8 wins in Cup, 6 in the Nationwide Series, a chance to win both championships. How exciting is it to be in your shoes right now?
It's great, man. It's great, but you know, we got 2 races to try to make some history here, and I hope we can catch them. I hope we can run like we've been running the last couple weeks. But no matter what happens, we are giving it 100% effort here. We're going to be aggressive and try to make something happen.
Carl, our second question comes from our ESPN mailbag, and one of our younger viewers, Skylar, who is 9 years old, from Rising Sun, Maryland, would like to know, what will your strategy be to beat Jimmie Johnson and win the championship?
It's a good question. My strategy right now is pretty simple. I'm going to drive this Office Depot Fusion as fast as I can and just, you know, keep everything crossed. I never had so many good luck charms on my body at one time as I do right now, and we'll just hope we can get this thing.
Carl, how early in a race do you have an idea if you have a winning car?
You know, now it's, you know how it is. Usually you know right off the bat. But now with these cars, the adjustments are so touchy. Bob and these guys do such a great job that you really can't tell, you know. The competition's so tight. You know, a guy can show up at the end of the race out of nowhere and be great.
All right, Carl, thanks for talking with us, man, and have a great day.
Thanks, Dale. I hope everybody enjoys the show.
Carl won the NASCAR Nationwide Series race here yesterday. When we return, we'll talk about the perils and problems associated with a tricky pit road. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Back at Phoenix International Raceway, and folks, the weather changing very drastically here in the last few minutes in the desert just outside of Phoenix. And we've been told that some weather moving in and the wind has picked up. We're expecting gusts of over 20 miles an hour. And in the last 4 or 5 minutes, it suddenly has changed here. And you see the wind picking up and the flags are standing out firm. This broadcast is available in Spanish by activating your SAP button, presented by ESPN Deportes. Let's check out how important pit stalls are at this racetrack. Here's Dave Burns.
Well, if your crew chief really knows what he wants, Doc, he can make a big difference. Chad Knaus told me this morning he didn't want the fastest pit stall at Phoenix International Raceway. Those are on the front stretch. He wanted the best pit stall. That's one down here in curvy turn number 1 that exits into turn 1. Nobody in front of him. And time again, we've seen how that clean exit can be the entry point to victory lane in this series. Mike?
Dave, I'm in the Challengers pit stall of Carl Edwards, and Bob Osborne told me the reason he took this stall is because it's at the beginning of the curve, a relatively straight portion. It allows him to see down pit road and see what his competitors are doing. He also says there's another advantage. He likes who he's sandwiched between. Directly in front of him, it's the 9 team. Behind him, it's the 10 team. He says these are 2 teams he's worked with throughout the course of the year, 2 teams he can trust, and that's pretty important, Shannon.
Mike, that narrow entrance to pit road right there behind me is the most critical spot here on this racetrack. Drivers must get onto pit road, must get slowed down to 45 miles per hour, which is pit road speed. Now, last week at Texas, Jimmie Johnson was caught speeding on pit road, had a pit road speeding penalty, had to go to the back of the field. But that was Texas, a 1.5 mile track, much more forgiving and easier to pass on than this 1 mile track here at Phoenix. So very important on pit road because it could cost drivers a win. It could cost other drivers a championship. Jamie?
Well, Shannon, one of the topics of controversy the last couple weeks has been the pace of the restarts. Just last night, we saw 2 huge wrecks on the restart because they went off to a slow pace. Now, behind me, you can see on the wall the red marks. That is where the restart line is. It's up to the leader to lead the field. And, Doc, that's something certainly to watch for today.
Thanks, guys. Points leader and pole sitter Jimmie Johnson. 2 races to go in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Can he rebound from a disappointment at Texas a week ago? Great crowd on hand as Jimmie will lead him down to the green flag. Remember, Jamie McMurray desperately wants to lead this lap and primarily keep Jimmie Johnson from leading a lap because his teammate is Carl Edwards and he doesn't want to give away those 5 bonus points.
Yeah, this is definitely team racing right here. This 26 car is very motivated to try to keep the 48 car from leading this lap.
But he's going to be able to do that right here on this first lap. And that high line can get a good run off of turn 2 as we saw Jamie McMurray did. He did off of turn 4 and led lap 1.
So mission accomplished for lap 1 for Roush Fenway. McMurray leads it.
Jimmie Johnson's not giving up. He's going to try to get these 5 points just as soon as he can.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking on the outside of the 44 and it sneaks back on the inside. Carl Edwards started back in 15th position in the garage area this morning. The crew was talking about they thought Carl would have a good enough car to be making a move early to get out of the middle of the pack. There comes the 99 car.
He's making a nice run on the inside of Casey Mears right here. Paul Menard right ahead of him. That's A.J. Allmendinger in the 10 car this weekend. Carl's got himself almost in a 3-wide situation. Not exactly what he wants.
Crew Chief Bob Osborne told me in the garage here that we found something in happy hour with the 99 car that should make us really good here. But it's going to take a few laps for this car to come in. Right now, Carl's struggling on the inside of the 15. Mike.
Doc, remember back in the spring, Bob Osborne was not here in Phoenix. It was part of his suspension he was serving. I asked him how much more challenging it is to come to a track where he was not in the spring. He said he doesn't have top-of-mind awareness. He has to spend extra time looking at data, looking at notes. The results haven't been too bad, though. When you look at his record of the tracks where he had been suspended coming back, he has a victory in Bristol, Atlanta, and Texas the second time. Not too bad for missing the first opportunity, I wouldn't say.
Not at all, Mike. And back up front, the guys who are chasing McMurray has led the first 4 laps. Jimmy Johnson stable back there, about 3 car lengths back. Here comes the 88 car. Now, he's been pretty pumped all weekend, Dale Earnhardt Jr., about what could happen here this Sunday.
Yeah, he pumped up right there off turn 2. Man, that car got loose. He's still going.
Yeah, he got all the gas there.
He's got a reason to be pumped up. He ran great here at the first race, and this has been his kind of racetrack, and he needs a win, and he feels like this will be a good shot.
Yeah, he needs to do that, and, no championship hopes alive now. All they've got to do is go out here and try to win this race. Here comes Denny Hamlin on the inside of David Rudiman. Denny had a really good car in practice. He was actually fastest in the happy hour session yesterday. David Rudiman with a great qualifying effort. Still hanging around up there in the 7th spot.
There goes Gordon making a move on Ryan Newman.
Rudiman will try to follow Gordon underneath. Newman slips a bit, and Rudiman will try to take that spot away. That's 6th position.
You can see Hamlin right there. He really, I think, wanted to think about going to the inside of the 44, but decided against it. Backed off and gave David a little bit of room there. He's going to get a run off the corner. Rudiman not able to make that pass on Ryan Newman.
Back behind that group, you see the 8 car starting to slip in there. That is Mark Martin right there. His final race in 2008 and final race for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. A couple of Gillette Evernham cars running side by side. Casey Kane and A.J. Allmendinger in the 9 and 10.
And Casey Kane had a great happy hour practice. He was second quick, and looks like his car's pretty fast right here, working the outside 3 wide.
3 wide in turn 2. Somebody's going to have to give a little bit right here. Reed Sorensen lets Casey Kane have that spot. AJ actually backed out a little bit too. A lot of racing here to go. Only on lap 8 of 312.
Carl Edwards saying they're 3 wide in front of me. I got to tiptoe for a while here.
And that's the thing about qualifying back there. Very tight racing conditions here. A lot of fun to drive this racetrack. Things get awfully tight, so Carl's going to just have to be extremely patient at this point in time. See A.J. Allmendinger making the pass on Reed Sorensen.
Reed Sorensen moving over to that 10 car for 2009, so being passed for the car he'll drive next year.
Yeah, it's probably nice to see. Hey, I'm going to be in that car. That thing's pretty fast. Look forward to that.
Jamie McMurray coming off his best finish of the year, 3rd last week at Texas. The 2 guys that beat him did it on fuel mileage. And now his best qualifying effort of the year on the outside front row. He has now led the first 10 laps thus far. 10 laps in, McMurray the leader, Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, and Earnhardt Jr. Working lap 15 here in the Checker O'Reilly Auto Parts 500, Jamie McMurray. Starting on the outside of row 1, has now led for the first time in his career at this racetrack. And giving credit where credit was due in our NASCAR Countdown show, our own Brad Daugherty, as much as I hate to do this, predicted this would happen and said, I got to believe Jamie McMurray's going to get out there and try to lead until this guy, his teammate Carl Edwards, can get to the front.
Just hold him off so I can get there. He said, I guarantee there's a bonus in it for you.
Well, these guys have been side by side for about 2.5 laps now. He caught the 18 and looked like he was going to motor right on by, but Kyle Busch said, no, you're not going to get this spot that easy.
That's why they call it racing.
That is 13th position, and I don't think they're on each other's Christmas card list anyway.
It just makes it so difficult. You can see Carl really driving that car hard. Just makes it difficult. You have a free enough car to run around the bottom. It's very difficult to get all the power down that you need to make that pass on the exit of the corner.
How about Casey Mears there? He's trying him on the apron.
Let's check in on Kyle Busch. Dave.
And he said even though he's got that preferred line right now, that's what's keeping Carl Edwards behind. He said, I cannot get off the corner to save my life. It's loose off the corner with no side bite as he continues to challenge Carl.
Carl almost going to make the pass right there. Just couldn't quite squeeze up there.
I love watching two guys with this kind of talent race like this.
Yeah.
This is really great racing, side by side.
That's fun. I can tell you, though, that guy on the inside, he's aggravated right now a little bit. And Carl has to stay calm right here. But you can really get aggravated that, hey, I caught you. You know, we're early in the race. Why do you want to race me this hard at this point in time?
Are you not at this point, though, trying to figure out who does have the best car?
Yeah.
Let's race here a little bit, see who's got the best car, and then we'll sort it out. Right now, it's still undecided.
How about the guys behind him that are pretty frustrated? The 5 car of Mears, and you saw Kevin Harvick in trouble.
We got Elliott Sadler. Sam Hornish involved in a little scrape here.
99, Elliott Sadler also involved. First caution flag of the day. Sam able to get his Dodge righted and headed back around and leading Rookie of the Year contender.
See, they race down into the corner. 77's already out of control there going into the corner. He loses even more control and gets into the side of Elliott Sadler. They both spin. I think Elliott actually got the worst of that.
I mean, you can just see how difficult it is to run side by side. That's why I was saying what a neat race it was when we saw the 99 and the 18 able to do this while under control. A little steam coming out of this one car now. He's overheating. I'd worry about this at this point of the race, and I just see steam too. I don't see any water. That worries me a lot.
Minimal damage on these guys' car. There's Elliott Sadler, who sat on the outside front row here back in the spring. Had a good car then. They've been a bit of a struggle for him most of this weekend, though.
Okay, here come the leaders.
45 miles an hour. Jamie McMurray will bring him down. Let's go to Jeff Gordon pits and Shannon.
Jeff Gordon says the car is just a little bit loose. Getting into 3, Steve Letarte said it could be because the tailwind is so bad on this track right now. He's going to take 4 tires for the 2014. Jamie.
And Kurt Busch in the 2-1 here in April 2005. They're going to do right sides only. Down on the track bar, he's down and away.
Jamie McMurray just a tick tight. They'll put a round in on the left side. 4 tire change and fuel on the 26 car, Dave.
Loosen the car up to the late entry. He does not win the race off pit road. Kurt Busch has already gone. Track bar adjustment. 4 tires for Jimmy Johnson. And now he goes off pit road.
So the 2 tires for Kurt Busch will give him the lead, and we'll see. He had a good car all weekend. Here comes Carl Edwards, who was pitted just before the curve at the end of pit road. You see he will blend back in. Back with a restart here at Phoenix in just a moment. Under caution for the first time today, Carl Edwards trying to dodge bullets on the racetrack. Just dodged one on pit road. Watch the 77 car get nudged around, and there comes Carl trying to come out.
Yeah, close call on pit road. Very tight pit road here. So 77's having a tough day on the track and off.
Coming down to the green flag, cars that took only 2 tires, the 2 car, the 12, the 41, and the 8. The front 4 cars, only right side tire. Jimmy Johnson took 4.
Jamie McMurray had a bad pit stop there, got 4 tires, but he only lost 6 spots, and 4 of those were for those 2 tire guys. So he dodged really kind of a bullet. He's still up there pretty good.
Inside line, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr. going by Mark Martin. There comes McMurray following him through.
Yeah, we saw 2 tires not work that good yesterday in the nationwide race. A little bit surprised. I guess these guys want to test that early here.
Well, this is a little different car than that Nationwide Series car, and it will act a little different. 2 tires will, and plus we've got a little shade on the racetrack today with all this cloud cover.
Jimmy Johnson taking 3rd spot away from Sorensen. Now will set his sights on the front 2.
I think Jimmy sees this as his opportunity to get up there and lead a lap and get those 5 bonus points right now.
He knows how good a car McMurray has and knows how good that 88 is going to be. It's coming up behind him.
I don't think he has to worry about the 88 car keeping him from leading a lap. I think they'll work together. What he needs to worry about is 26 if he gets there first.
And Jimmy's got a little bit of a cushion on him. He's going to have to get there. Kurt Busch out front. His teammate Ryan Newman right behind him. Good run for these guys.
Where is Carl Edwards? The 99 car back in 17th position.
He's found him back in that hornet's nest once again. You see his teammate right behind him, Matt Kenseth, right there with him.
Kevin Harvick, he's had a good car this weekend. He's right there on the bumper, into the bumper of the 17. Oh, Casey Mears out of control off the corner.
Man, that's a tough corner. You just flirt with that wall every time you come off of there. Only way that you're not about to touch is if you're on the inside of another car, and then you've got him up into it.
16 car of Greg Biffle has started back in 31st position and actually dropped back as far as 39th in the early laps.
And here comes here comes Jamie McMurray now under Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's made the pass on Jr. now, and he's got his sights set on that 48.
There comes the 88 car.
Jimmie Johnson there on the inside of Ryan Newman, trying to take that second spot. Set his sights on the leader, Kurt Busch.
I mentioned the one car, Martin Truex Jr. We saw the overheating issue. He has gone to pit road, and they're going to push him back up pit road. He is done for the day, apparently, with the problems with the engine. We'll update you specifically here momentarily. Greg Biffle has now moved up 17 positions. He started back in 31st spot, dropped back to 39th. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. Man, hard impact by Brian Vickers.
Hold it up there.
He's going to bring out the caution.
I'm not so sure that wasn't bad news for Jimmy to try to lead a lap. He was catching that 2 car.
Looks like turn 3 is going to be our trouble spot here today.
And that was a hard lick.
It is a hard lick.
Show you what happened here on Brian Vickers. Top of your screen.
Man, tire just came
that's
apart
a tire.
Right there.
Had to have run over something on the racetrack. You can see that right rear tire go. Man. Hard impact.
Second caution flag of the day. Hard lick there by the 83 car of Brian Vickers. Kurt Busch is our leader. Brian Vickers climbing out of his damaged Toyota after one very hard lick into the wall here into the safer barrier. We mentioned he saw the tire cut as he came down the racetrack. He's walking away with the safety crew. Well, while we're under caution, let's visit with our in-race reporter. Carl Edwards has made it back to 15th spot.
Carl, Dale Jarrett, ESPN. You have a copy?
All this stuff. I got you, Dale.
All right, Carl, looks like the racing's pretty close on the track. You had a close call on pit road, but most importantly, how's your race car?
Yeah, this race car is pretty good. Everybody's so close. We need to get a long run so we get strung out and let the tires wear out a little bit. But, yeah, that was wild on pit road. I just decided to stop and let it all work itself out. But I think if we can get up there and race with these guys, we got a good car.
Has the cloud cover made any difference in the racetrack itself?
I was just thinking about that. I think it'll make it a little bit, have a little more grip. And I don't know how that'll affect our car. Hopefully it's good.
Okay, thanks, Carl.
We might mention that 8 different cars came on pit road during this caution. We'll update you who they were when we go down after we visit with Martin Truex. Shannon.
Doc, Martin Truex Jr. in the garage, number 1 car, hood up. What happened out there?
Ran out of water. Apparently we had a clear bag on the grill. The guys couldn't see it until we came in there under that caution. We tried to ride it out. We're pushing a little bit of water out. The gauges were 260. For about 5 or 6 laps. Thought it'd be okay when we got in there to pit. We got some water in it, got the bag off, and it just was too long. It got hot for too long, I guess, and blew up. So unfortunate. We've had a few good weeks here in a row, and this week's been horrible. So we had a pretty good car. I was looking forward to the race. We always run well here, and I enjoy being out here racing. And just unfortunate. I feel bad for these guys. They worked real hard this weekend. They've been working hard all year long. It's been a tough year with a lot of this kind of stuff. Just a lot of bad luck for us, and kind of glad to get it all behind us here.
Thanks, Martin. Good luck in Homestead. Now, for more on this issue, let's go to Tim Brewer at the Chevy Cutaway car.
Thanks, Shannon. What actually happened when the grill got plugged up, water temperature goes up. But the water pump right here, the first thing that happens as the water level comes down in the tank, it actually puts air right here to the water pump. It cavitates. It cannot pump air. It pumps water. And when that water level went down, got below the cylinder heads into the combustion chambers, that's when the thing really boiled the water out of it. And these things have to have adequate water to keep them cooled at all times.
And when you see this right here, that's just steam coming out of that overflow. That means that really there's no water left in the system. By this point, it was already too late.
And when it gets to that point, the temperature gauge aren't going up anymore because there's no water to show that it's hot.
That's right. That's the other thing. The gauge will only read the water temperature. It will not read steam.
Let's take a look at our AT&T Crew Chief Challenge. Which two-time NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Phoenix winner has the best chance to get their third win here today? Would it be Jimmie Johnson, Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt Jr., or Kevin Harvick? To play, text the word crew to 191 on your AT&T wireless phone and send in your answer. The results will be shown a little later in the race. Standard text rates will apply.
Okay, see how fast Jimmie Johnson's going to go after this lead and get these 5 bonus points.
We are getting some reports of some drops of moisture on the backstretch, and the caution is coming back out.
But Jimmy will not get these 5 points. Well, he was right there, too. I bet he's like, Dad, gum. I had him, too.
He had the run he wanted off of turn 2.
They just can't take a chance, though. They had some raindrops back there, and we've had some threatening rain clouds actually all over us here.
They were predicting winds of up to 30 to 35 miles an hour, but it's been beautiful all morning here. Just a gorgeous day until just when we got ready to roll to the green flag, and suddenly the winds picked up, and you can see the, I guess the weather moves very quickly here across these mountains.
These flags are straight out. It's a lot of wind right now. You see quite a few threatening rain clouds around.
Slow these guys down once again. Hopefully it won't be anything that will last very long here. We can get back to the racing. Come to the desert, you don't expect rain to be interrupting. You do.
That's what I was thinking.
They call it the Valley of the Sun, and nowhere at all did they mention anywhere in the material anything about wind or rain. But we may be getting a brief shower. Hopefully it'll just skirt us here, and we'll be able to get green flag racing here back. With Kurt Busch as our leader, Jimmie Johnson has yet to lead a lap. We have 3 leaders and 3 lead changes. So we'll take a break and come back with a green flag at Phoenix International Raceway after this message and a word from our ABC station. Under caution here at the Checker O'Reilly Auto Parts 500, Phoenix International Raceway, and you can see the rain showers have picked up just a mite. The good news is with the heavy winds, this should blow over very quickly. That's what the locals here are telling us. As the wind picks up and it comes in a hurry and goes out in a hurry.
They have brought the jet dryers out on the back straightaway.
NASCAR said they have not lost the racing surface. In other words, it's not completely wet. They're going to keep the cars running around and try to keep the rain from getting the track wet enough where we have to stop it. Looks like we're going to be okay. I can see that looks like it's breaking up a little bit, and the rain is not very heavy.
Let's head down to the garage area where Jamie is caught up with Brian Vickers.
And he has been released, and he just shook his head and said, what a hard hit. What happened, Brian?
I don't know. You know, I'm fortunate that it broke on the backstretch, and I had enough time to kind of lean into the impact and absorb some of it. But something just came loose. I haven't the slightest idea what it was, if it was a tire or if it was a mechanical part or a piece of the car. But you know, it's unfortunate. We had a good car. We were coming back from unfortunately a bad qualifying. Really proud of the Red Bull guys. I think we would have had at least a good points day. I don't know if we could have contended for the win or not, but it still would have been a good day for us.
Ryan, this is the first time all weekend we've seen wind like this. What are the track conditions like right now?
The track conditions are very different. I think our cars definitely changed a lot from yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of guys are going through dealing with that right now. Not only because it's cooler, the wind, it's overcast, and now it's raining, but it's a completely different environment out there, and it's definitely going to add to the excitement of the race.
All right, well, he will be back at Homestead next weekend, and we'll let the Red Bull guys look at that and see what happens. If we get word, we'll get back to you, Doc.
We just assumed that was a tire that blew on that car, but it looked like it could have been a piece of a brake rotor coming off that thing right before it hit the wall. He saw those parts. He said he felt like a part failure. See right here, the car just turned sideways, and you see a lot of parts flying. We just thought it was rubber, but that's steel. Those are metal parts flying. See right here. See all the metal parts flying out. We just assumed that was rubber on the first time when we watched this, but Brian said he had something breaking. It was definitely a brake rotor.
One hard lick from Brian Vickers. The good news is he's able to walk away and talk to us. Tough beginning here at Phoenix. Under a brief weather delay, back with more in just a moment. You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Mike Singletary leads the San Francisco 49ers into Phoenix to take on the high-powered Arizona Cardinals offense led by Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald. Coverage of Monday Night Football on ESPN at 8:30 Eastern Time, starting with Monday Night Countdown delivered by UPS. That is at 7 Eastern. That happening just up the street here at University of Phoenix Stadium that has a roof over it. And if this weather happens to be here tomorrow, that place will be covered. Here at Phoenix International Raceway, believe it or not, it's raining in the desert. Not the first time that it's happened here, but it is happening right now. You see the cars are parked on pit road, and the red flag has just been put out. Now, I mentioned not the first time it's happened here. There's our buddy Rusty in that 2-car here, about to win a race at Phoenix back on October 25th, 1998, that was shortened by rain.
Unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. I mean, we had a good car that day, but it rained. And let me tell you when it stopped the next day, guys. It rained throughout the night. I couldn't believe how much. It says it never rains out here. Boy, it did that day.
You're telling us a story about doing Victory Lane up under the garage and how disappointing that was.
It was disappointing. I'm like, man, I finally get to win in Phoenix, Arizona, you know? And I got to do Victory Lane underneath the garage area. But, hey, Ray, take him any way you can get him, right?
Hey, I remember that day. We were coming.
You were.
I just looked up while we were in the commercial break. The average monthly rainfall for November, Phoenix, Arizona, 0.7 of an inch.
Oh, good.
That's not much.
I think it looks like we're going to get it all today.
And the weather forecast this morning, by the way, called for a 20% chance of showers. So if you got a 2 out of 10 chance and it's hitting you, your luck was just not very good.
Then it's 100%.
Yeah, don't take that up to Vegas. So the racetrack is wet. You see the crews have covered up their pit stalls. The cars are covered up. And after 43 of 312 scheduled laps, this race is stopped. Again, looking around, you can see it's probably going to move through reasonably quickly. But it does rain in the desert. It's happening now on today's race. We will be able to talk to some drivers when we come back to the Phoenix International Raceway. Red flag is out after 43 laps. Kurt Busch is the leader. Jimmie Johnson runs second. Carl Edwards is a little bit farther back. Or set 7.
That's probably set 7.
17 car. Well, we know somebody will be pitting when the yellow comes back out.
His bleeder valve stuck. What happened to him, Rusty? His left front bleeder.
Phoenix International Raceway, we know when the yellow flag comes back out, Matt Kenseth is going to be coming to pit road.
Ooh, boy, he's not going to be happy with that. He's just coming to get that tire changed.
You know, those tires can look like that at Martinsville, but this is not Martinsville, folks. They run very low air pressure there, but here, about 13 pounds on the left side tires, and that one there is just flat.
That one's got
flat
0
outright
pounds.
flat.
Maybe picked up a piece of that debris from the Brian Vickers crash there a minute ago, because Lord knows there was a good bit of it scattered out there on the backstretch. He hit hard. Out of the red flag for rain here in Phoenix, but the track drying equipment is out. They are making progress on the racetrack. It has stopped raining, and we're where it's warm, so it shouldn't take all that long to get things going again. Meantime, let's talk with some drivers. Jamie, who you got?
Alan, the sun is shining. Leader Kurt Busch standing next to me. We do have cover over us because there are a few sprinkles. But, Kurt, you're running the new engine this weekend. You qualified third, your best effort so far since Dover. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it feels good to run up front and to have that engine under the hood. Dodge has put a lot of homework into it, and it runs better, cooler water temperatures, and so it allows us to put more tape on the front. And so we're looking for that downforce. We're looking for the car to turn, and right now it just feels like we're doing okay with the Miller Lite Dodge. Still need a few adjustments if we want to beat these tough guys, but who would have thought this weather and in the desert? And it just reminds me a little bit of Loudon, New Hampshire when we won this thing in the rain.
There you go, and you're from the desert, so does this play into your hands maybe with all the dirt on the track now?
I just told my guys, I'm like, you hate this kind of rain because it makes your car really dirty with all the dust that's in the air. So who knows? We're still playing our cards. It's really early in the game, but we're real happy with the Miller Lite Dodge to be up front right now.
Hey, running up front, you get the dirtiest car. That's a good thing, Kurt. Mike?
Well, catching up with our in-race reporter now. You're stuck with me. You can't talk with DJ because you're in this hole here, this little cave. How's the car?
Car's pretty good. Pit road was a little shaky there. I didn't know what to do on that deal, so I just stopped and waited until it got cleared out a little bit. But we just need to get some racing in, some green flag racing. I think we'll be good. It's crazy. It's raining in the desert. We shot a Claritin commercial this year. They went to all the trouble to find the spot with the least chance of rain. That was Phoenix, Arizona. Flew all the equipment out here, and it rained for 2 days. And it was beautiful in Charlotte, where they were originally going to do it. So very unpredictable as far as the weather's concerned. And hopefully this just clears out, and we can get some long green flag racing. That's what we need.
Well, I know you can't tell because you got the tarps all over the windshield and the outer window here. But the sun is out. Still, how does this affect your rhythm and trying to get that, having to stop here before we've even hit the 50-lap mark?
I definitely don't want to stop, but it's what it is. We all have to deal with the same stuff. For me, the racing's so tight right now. It's I just want to get out and get some green flag runs, be able to pick off a few positions, and hopefully be up there in some cleaner air and around less cutthroat racing. I mean, there's some serious driving going on right here right now, so we just want to get up there where we got less of a chance of getting caught up in something.
Less of a chance to get caught up on something, and there's always a chance to get caught up on something here on pit road in Phoenix, but they've had a pretty good go of it so far, Alan.
Yeah, tight pit road this one is, and our Allstate Good Hands move of the race is going to get passed out a little early here to Carl Edwards when the spin happened in front of him.
Oh, man, he really had to avoid some problems right there because he could have got caught in that one easy. But, never easy. It's never easy when you're going for a championship. But every one I've ever been in, there's always something happens.
Cars to his outside, A.J. Allmendinger and Casey Mears there. And not a whole lot of options on that pit road. We talked about that section of pit road earlier on NASCAR Countdown. Carl sits 15th under the red flag, having a little snack. Why not?
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work. Sprint. The chase for the Sprint Cup comes to you with NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only from Sprint and only on the Now Network. And Amp Energy. Proud to be the energy behind Dale Jr. and the 88 team.
It's a little windy up there on old Rattlesnake Hill here at Phoenix International Raceway. A little rain shower has come through. The rain has stopped and drying the track, and we hope to get today's event back underway shortly. Right now, though, the leader, Kurt Busch, as we sit under the red flag at lap 43 complete. Let's go back to pit road, talk to some more drivers while we have the chance. Shannon?
Alan, it's a little bit windy down here, too. The rain has stopped, however. Talking with Jeff Burton. I spoke with your crew chief, Scott Miller, this morning. He told me that he really didn't know what kind of car you were going to have until the race started. So what kind of car do you have?
Well, it hasn't been great right now, but we got a lot of room to make some adjustments. We've struggled kind of all weekend just getting turned. And that's the 20 and the 29 of those guys that just kind of beat me being able to get to the throttle. So we made some changes here, and we just had a little conference, and we will make some more changes the next stop. So it's a long day. Hopefully we can make it better. I think we can.
Now, we were just talking a little bit ago about the last time it rained here at Phoenix, and you actually remember that race, don't you?
I remember it vividly. I remember that we were all really stupid, and like everybody on the lead lap pitted. It was raining, getting ready to rain. Everybody on the lead lap pitted, and I believe your colleague, Rusty Wallace, won that race. He was leading the race before it started raining, so he won the race. But everybody said it can't rain in the desert, no way, and it rained. But hopefully this is over. I think this is over. By looking at our radar, it's pretty much gone. So hopefully we can get our car a little better and make some stuff happen.
And it has rained in the desert here today. Mike?
Catching up now with Jeff Gordon, 43 laps in the books. You get a fair assessment of your race car?
It was pretty good. I was real happy with it. A little bit loose off on that one run that we had, but made a couple moves there early and just started getting into a rhythm. But I feel like we got a really good race car. Like to get a little bit of track position. We can just stay up front here. I know our pit crew can do that. We got a good pit stall. Just so much traffic on pit road right now. It's going to hurt us here in the early stages. But I feel like we've got one of the best cars we've had here in a while.
Folks, under a rain delay, you get to see a side of a driver you don't usually get to see. Take a look at the Breathe Right strip on Jeff Gordon's nose. Also, let's look at your fingers. All taped up because of blisters. How much athletic medicine do drivers use these days as they prepare for these races?
There's not much medicine to this. This is just old. No, you know, I feel like I've gotten a little smarter about things over the years. It took me a long time to beat it into my head, but I had blisters and calluses on my fingers for years and finally realized maybe I ought to tape them up. And I had an issue breathing earlier in the year, and so, you know, I started running this, and it seems to help a little bit. And, you know, felt great ever since. And, you know, just, I mean, we got a good race car and a great race team, and I feel ready. I got out of the car because I thought it was going to rain longer. It stopped raining. I got back in here, so now I'm ready to go.
Jeff Gordon all taped up like a linebacker, Jamie.
Well, Greg Biffle's had an eventful day so far. First of all, they had to change transmission, so we had to drop to the back of the field at the start of the race. Then you guys got track position with 2 tires, worked your way up, came in, took 4, but you've also avoided some major incidents.
Yeah, we've been able to keep the car pretty clean so far. A couple spin outs, close calls in front of us, and working on it a little bit on pit road. Don't have the 3 and 4 diffusion where we want it yet, but I think we're getting it close. I hope this gets going, and maybe we'll get a caution 10, 15 laps in. We might stay out, try and get to the front of this thing, and see if we can stay up there the rest of the day.
Is it possible to go from 33rd to the lead here?
If everybody pits and we stay out. We have 4 new tires on right now, so you know, maybe 10 laps we might stay out, but more than that we'll probably have to come in, at least get 2.
All right, Greg Biffle sits 3rd in the points. Dave?
Jamie McMurray will restart 4th when we get going again. Jamie, we talked a little bit about the start of the race and maybe some extra incentive for you to outduel the 48 there. Was that on your mind?
Well, I qualified 2nd here last year, and I had it in my head I was going to beat the 24 car back to the start-finish line, and I drove so deep into turn 1 that I couldn't get turned. So I pretty much just, you know, I thought about it a little bit, and I thought if my car is better than the 48s, I'll be able to beat him around there. So I really didn't overdrive the car. It just had a lot of grip on the top side, and you know, I was able to beat him off the corner. So have a really fast car. We just got to get back up front.
And the first pit stop, your crew had a little difficulty. Did you talk them back into the next good one?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really get mad at those guys. You know, they made a decision at Roush Racing to benefit the teams that were in the chase. And so you want to get mad at the guys that you have, but they're doing the best they can. And, you know, there's teams out here that have been working together for years, and these guys, you know, a couple of them just got thrown at this, I don't know, 10 races ago. So, you know, it's just, it's unfortunate, but I'm hoping that we've got our bad stop out of the way, and now we can just have some good ones.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Good luck. Let's go to Shannon.
Down here with Tony Stewart. I guess I should say the jokester Tony Stewart. We saw you pour that water on the official's back. How is this 20 car here today?
It's not bad. We just we need a long run. I mean, we've had 2 short runs so far, and that's not really helping us. But we need a long run right now and get to where some tires fall off a little bit and guys start sliding around, and then we should be able to pick our way through there. I think we got a car that's got good balance to it, so that's half the battle, and I really believe that the sun coming out is going to help us.
Yeah, Tony, we were just talking about next week, the last week of the season. Busy week for you, of course, starting your own team next season. How busy will this off-season be for you?
We're not going to, it's technically going to be called an off season, but it's not off by any means. We're going to be pretty busy at Stewart-Haas Racing, so and have been. So it's just going to continue. Once we get through Homestead, everybody's going to be working really hard to get new cars and existing cars ready to go for next year, and getting new people in place there, and trying to get a totally new group of people working together and get them used to each other.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a great season for Tony Stewart next year, but you got to think next week at Homestead, last race in this 20 will certainly be an emotional one.
Indeed it will, Shannon. And, you know, Tony likes to play practical jokes on officials and other drivers, and he poured some ice on the back of one of his friends there who was an official on pit road a moment ago. And we might want to also explain, by the way, what Jamie McMurray was talking about with the crew changes. At the beginning of the chase, the Roush Fenway folks moved some of the more experienced tire changers to other guys that were in the chase.
Well, it just makes sense as a team to put the guys where they can help the team the most. And it's neat that you have somebody like Jamie McMurray that can understand that and be okay with it, because he has his own agenda. He wants to win races, but he knows that for the betterment of the team, if we put these best tire changers on the guys in the chase, maybe we can be better as an organization.
Yeah, he's hoping in 2009 he'll be in that situation, and he'll have all the best of what Roush Racing has there supporting him. And if he runs like he's been, if he can do that next year the way that he's been here the last 2 months, then he very well could be in that chase.
It's all about the chase, and 2 races remaining and 2 drivers at the top of the point standings. Who will it be? Jimmie Johnson or Carl Edwards? Which one of those could be the last man standing when this year is done?
It's the hard knocks, it's the long shots, it's believing
Two of NASCAR's baddest hombres getting ready to fight it out in the desert Southwest. Okay, maybe a little over the top for me, but still, Carl Edwards and Jimmie Johnson going at it in the second to last race in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season for the championship. Edwards running in 15th, Jimmie Johnson running in second right now. The drivers have been called back to their cars. You see them getting all strapped in. Jimmie ready to go for sure. And we are about to resume competition after a rain delay here in Phoenix. The good news is it stopped raining. The better news is this racetrack does have lights if we need it, so sunset won't curtail the running of this race.
This is true.
And the best news is we're going to see these cars running at full speed again shortly.
Awesome. I'll tell you what, I'm excited about Jamie McMurray. He looks like he is a real threat today. Let's get about 20, 30 more laps in and see if this cat's for real, but this would be a big day for him.
All right, they've just called all that safety equipment that's on the racetrack, helping to try and pull some of that moisture off the surface back to their stations around the racetrack. As soon as they get them parked, drivers are going to be given the command to start them up, and we'll send them back onto the racetrack. So you don't miss a thing. We'll take a break here. Come back for the cars to be sent onto the track and the restart of today's action in Phoenix. The sweet sound of high horsepower racing engines again in the air at Phoenix International Raceway. Good news. We're about to see these cars roll back out onto the racetrack and get this thing back going again after a brief rain delay. Before we roll them out, a look at our AT&T Crew Chief Challenge. We asked you which two-time Phoenix Cup winner has the best chance to get their third win today. You said? I think I know.
Oh, look at that.
Surprising.
Who do you think it was going to be?
It's always Junior. Seems like, you know.
Common sense prevails. Jimmie Johnson has a good vote, I think. All right, before they go, you know, these crew chiefs have a lot to think about when a little rain delay hits like this. Huh, Mike?
Yeah, Bob Osborne was hit with a bit of a curveball this morning. His front tire changer, Corey Quick, called in and said, look, I just can't go. He had injured his back, so Bob Osborne had to go looking for a replacement. He found Greg Donlin, took him from the 38 team. Greg, what's this like? A day ago, you had no idea you'd be part of this championship battle. Now you are.
Just come in here and do no mistakes. Just get the job done and do exactly what Corey's done all year, and I hope we get to the finish line.
Is there any additional pressure now when you go over the wall, knowing one little mistake could cost Carl the championship?
No, just go out there and do your deal. Just follow in his footsteps.
You can tell, Doc, Greg Donlin, very poised. He's experienced. He's been with the 38 team all year long and certainly happy to be part of this championship chase.
Thanks, Mike. Talk about pressure. Now, that is pressure. He's got to get it done here on a very difficult pit road. And here's the 17 car. They're going to have to come to pit road with a flat left front tire.
Yeah, low pressure right here. He's got to get this thing down pit road. Pit road is closed, but the best thing Matt could probably do is get on in here and get this thing changed, because the penalty would be to start at the end of the longest line. And with virtually every car on the lead lap, that's where he's going to be anyway.
He's actually running back in 20th position, but as you said, Andy, better part is to come right down pit road now.
We got David Rudman also. Yeah, he's coming down pit road. And Matt Kenseth right behind him.
Not sure if they realized that it was exactly what was going on there, that pit road was still closed, because he just came in for a second. They really didn't even do anything to the 44 car.
Matt Kenseth coming in, former winner here, and they will try to get, they will go ahead and put 4 tires on his car. 3 caution flags thus far today. The last one for rain and a 23.5-minute red flag, and now we are rolling again. Jamie.
And I talked to Matt Kenseth right before he got all fired up again. I said, what happened? He said, I have no idea. There wasn't any debris that I saw. I just pulled in and it was dead flat. So, of course, they came in and just went ahead and took 4. So, hopefully better luck for Matt Kenseth the rest of the race, guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, what was going on with the 44 team that came in a moment ago here for Reutemann?
He just comes in and makes a quick pit stop here. See right there, they left a little cowl cover over there. That's the inlet for the engine, the air that goes in the air cleaner, and they put a cover over that to keep the rain from going in when it was on pit road, and they forgot to take it off.
Those are just
it's all about the details.
Yeah, mistakes you can't have.
Means he'll go back to the end of the line there, and there are currently 41 cars on the lead lap. The 2 cars that are out of the race, Martin Truex Jr. engine problems, lost all the water overheated, and Brian Vickers hit the wall hard on lap 30. Here's where our chasers will restart. See Jimmy Johnson, who was about to make the move to lead the first lap today when the rains came. Carl Edwards back in 14th position. Jeff Gordon in 9th spot. Pretty good car for Jeff. Dale Earnhardt Jr., very good car all weekend. He's in 5th position.
And 44, David Rubenman's back on pit road. They changed 4 tires this time. So they got that work done. I guess they were going to be at the back anyway. They might as well go ahead and put new tires on it. That's Robbie Gordon right behind him. He came down pit road for service also. Elliott Sadler was in the pits also. Elliott got back on the lead lap. After the caution. Got the lucky dog at that time. So all of our cars, as Doc just said, are on the lead lap. 41 of them.
Kurt Busch talked about coming here when he was 13 years old. Said one of the biggest thrills in his life when his dad brought him here was being able to go out on pit road and stand there and get his picture taken in front of that 2 car that was being driven that day by Rusty Wallace. He said, I will tell you that I had a Dale Earnhardt t-shirt on. He said, but I was dreaming of someday being in that car and maybe racing here in Phoenix. Matt Kenseth topping it off. He'll head back out. Nothing to lose there. You're going to be at the back of the pack anyway.
Yeah, Scott Speed right in front of him came in. We still have plenty of time to get back out and join before we get to the green flag.
Well, let's see how patient Jimmy Johnson will be. He hasn't led a lap yet. Was going to try to do it when the caution came out a moment ago. Kurt Busch will lead him down. His teammate Ryan Newman back in 3rd spot.
Been interesting watching these restarts. These guys giving each other a lot of room after some of them were involved in that race, in the nationwide race yesterday when we had a couple of accidents on the restarts. It's always a tough time after a rain delay. You're not able to reset the pressures or anything like that, so the drivers really don't know exactly what they have as far as their car goes when they drive off in that first quarter.
Yeah, you see Kyle Busch, he didn't know what he had right there. He's way up the racetrack.
Had a handful of race cars. That's what he had trying to hang on the outside, and he makes it work. Goes by the 41 of Reed Sorensen.
He's really the only guy we've seen trying to utilize that high line. He's back on the bottom right there, but he's been able to make some passes on the top side. See Jeff Gordon trying to pass Reed Sorensen here.
Mark Martin trying to follow the 24 car through. Shannon?
This rain delay was about the most eventful thing that's happened for the 24 team this weekend. Steve Letarte saying pretty uneventful weekend. Their biggest problem so far has just been tight in the center and loose on the throttle. On that last pit stop before we went under the red flag, they did make an air pressure adjustment. Jeff Gordon looking to make a win here this season. He is winless so far.
Seemed pretty excited about his car, so this could be the weekend that Jeff could get back to victory lane. It would be great to see.
Hard to believe 39 races since Jeff Gordon has gone to victory lane, and that 14-year consecutive win streak in jeopardy. Mark Martin, who had such a good car, in fact it was the same car he's got here when he led over 60 laps back in April and had to pit with 4 laps to go but for fuel, and gave the win away to Jimmy Johnson, who was able to milk those last bit of fumes to victory lane. Jamie McMurray on the outside of the 12 car. McMurray has got one strong ride here. He led the first 21 laps today.
See Dale Jr. right behind him, but Jamie McMurray tried a couple of times to pass Ryan Newman on the inside, couldn't make that work, so he went to the outside. Now here comes Jr. trying to make the inside pass.
That's for 4th position.
We have to remember back quite a ways go. It's been a while now, but Jr. and Jamie McMurray and these guys have 4 tires versus Ryan Newman's 2 tires.
Kurt Busch only got 2 tires, and his car seems to work pretty well. I think that little rain delay actually played in his favor because he was in danger of losing the lead to Jimmy Johnson, and now he's pulled away for about a second or so lead.
Well, look now, but there's Denny Hamlin on the outside of the 88 car, jumped up there to try to make the pass, and will make it stick up there.
It's nice to see that high line being able to work today. That's going to give us some really, really good racing throughout this day.
So Newman is 4th, Hamlin now 5th, Earnhardt Jr. 6th, and here is Carl Edwards trying to get by the 10 car of A.J. Allmendinger for 13th position. Let's go down to Mike.
Well, you know, Doc, Carl Edwards has certainly been a streaky driver throughout the course of 2008. He's won back-to-back races 3 times this year, now going for 3 in a row, something he's never done, but he's pretty optimistic. Let's listen in.
All right, guys, let's do it. We can do this. We got a good car. Just help me out, Jason. It's hard as hell to pass, but we'll make it work.
Carl Edwards' car had been a little bit loose prior to that red flag, but he spent a lot of time debriefing with Bob Osborne during that rain delay, trying to work on corrections that may help him adjust for the rest of this race, Doc.
Hamlin on the inside of the 12 car trying to take a spot away, and you see Juan Pablo Montoya getting racy up there, trying to move in on Carl Edwards, as is Kevin Harvick.
You got racing all over the track. You got Junior on the outside of Denny Hamlin over there in turn 2.
Yeah, he's paying him back, and Junior's going to make it 3 wide right there. Nice move. Made a great run right there. Kind of paid Hamlin back for jumping on the outside of him when he was trying to pass Ryan Newman. Junior's made that pass of both of them.
Edwards trying to get underneath Allmendinger. Montoya says, I'm going to go to the high side. Here comes Harvick in the 29 car on the bottom of the racetrack to follow Edwards through.
We heard Carl talking about he wanted to get to the front where the race was a little easier. These guys race hard back here.
They're serious about it back there. Montoya, and you know that he wants to go. He's had some really good cars here recently. Doesn't have the finishes. Matter of fact, he doesn't even still have the cars to show for it because he got taken out or had something happen late in some races. Looks like he's on the move again today.
This is 13th through 16th. His battle here. Harvick back in 16th position.
And all these guys are on their own agenda. You know, they don't care that there's a championship battle going on. They need to win. They need to win this race for their sponsor, their team. They're not going to do anything stupid, but they're going to race these guys hard. See Harvick racing Carl Edwards off the corner here. He's got the better of him off of this turn.
See Tony Stewart moving in there underneath the 99 car. These are valuable spots, and there goes Stewart by. We talked about how important qualifying was and track position at this racetrack, this flat 1 mile oval. Carl starting back in 15th position and having trouble getting up there.
Yeah, it is critical, and you can see up front now we've got Kurt Busch. He's got 2 tires, but he's got that track position, and he's able to get out there.
Yeah, look right behind him. There's Jimmy Johnson, but right behind Jimmy Johnson, he's got a mirror foil Jamie McMurray coming at him, so he might not be able to get to that Kurt Busch and get the lead before Jamie McMurray is able to overtake him. Fast race car Jamie's got today.
Point differential at the top of your screen. See Edwards now based on being back in the middle of the pack, 164 points back of Jimmy Johnson. Johnson is second. Edwards being shown back in 17th position now.
Jimmy Johnson in a great spot. Even though he hasn't led a lap, he's sitting in a great spot there in second. He's not going to worry about it too much.
Here's 10th, 11th, and 12th. Casey Kane, Reed Sorensen, and Casey Mears.
Yeah, another group right behind them. There's some serious racing going on right in this group. What's so great about this racetrack, you just have the opportunity to run these different groups. See guys down the apron, guys widening the racetrack out down there in 1 and 2, making 2 and 3 grooves out of it. We really weren't able to do this here in the first race as much. I think we saw that with the race at night, the track was cooler and everybody kind of went around the bottom, and now we're seeing these guys run all over the racetrack.
Battle for 5th place. Denny Hamlin underneath the 12 car. Brian Newman. Jeff Gordon trying to decide who he's going to go with.
Well, Denny's having a really hard time getting around Ryan Newman. You can see up in front of them, Dale Jr.'s pulled away by quite a bit after he was able to make that pass. But Denny's just not able to get the grip that he needs off the corner.
Jamie.
Well, Doc, I think Ryan Newman's out for a little redemption. Remember just back last April, he started on the pole. He led 37 laps and then blew up on lap 134 and finished dead last. This team is all about getting back there and getting that win. They feel slipped away. Said the setup is similar to the spring. They brought a different car, and so far so good. He started 6th and right now running 5th.
Well, I tell you what, guys, we're down here in the studio watching this. We got a big tailwind down the back straightaway, and I see a lot of guys really getting into turn 3 very, very deep. Jeff Gordon keeps locking the tires up. A lot of guys moving to the top lane, and I think it's because of all this wind. You got to remember one thing, going into turn 3, the bottom lane really falls out from underneath it. That's the way this track is designed. And with the tailwind, it makes it double tough.
Yeah, we're sitting here looking at this as they go down that back straightaway. They go off of this corner from our vantage point, and it looks like they drop off the side side of a hill, 2 or 3 stories going into that corner. It's amazing. With that wind, it's really pushing the rear end of the race car around.
And I'm telling you guys, when this track's cooled off a little bit, I'm seeing a lot of guys grinding their splitters. I think that there's more grip out there.
A lot of brake smoke out of some of these guys here using those brakes up here. And we got a lot of laps to go. 248 laps to go. Real early to be burning these brakes up.
Well, the one thing, and Rusty brings up a good point, is the wind is blowing down the backstretch, and that's the opposite of what we've had all week. It was blowing the other way every other day, so that's probably thrown these guys a little bit of a curve.
Yeah, and the other thing is they're able to widen this racetrack out now, and they're getting such a really good run off the corner. They're carrying more speed along with that tailwind. So these guys make a great point and point out that how difficult it is in entering turn 3.
Carl Edwards had dropped back to 17th position. Now he's able to, or trying to get back around Tony Stewart and take a spot away. 31 car, Jeff Burton right there behind the 20 and the 99.
Carl might get boxed in here. Reed Sorensen's running that higher line that Carl's trying to utilize right now.
What did Carl figure in the red flag? Get racing back there. That's pretty wild back there.
Yeah, he's in the middle of it right now for sure. See Jeff Burton dropping to the inside, trying to take that spot away.
41 car, Reed Sorensen is 15th, Stewart is 16th, Smoke out of the 99.
Yeah, boy, that was break there. He just tried to get in there hard and was going to try to make that move to split these guys.
That just shows you how hard they're driving right now. They're not riding, they're driving hard.
Yeah, Carl was able to get to the inside. That's what he was wanting to do. He's being held up by Reed Sorensen.
Tony Stewart now able to get by the 41, but now Sorensen pulls Edwards on the straightaway. We are 68 laps in, and it is Kurt Busch now the leader. He has led the last 45 consecutive laps. Jimmie Johnson in second spot, and Jamie McMurray inching up a little bit closer each and every lap to Jimmie Johnson. You're watching ESPN on ABC. Kurt Busch leads here at Phoenix International Raceway. Jimmie Johnson in second. McMurray is third. But a moment ago, our 6th place car had troubles. Kurt Busch's teammate, Ryan Newman, in the 12 car. There's the 12 who just came on the pit road a moment ago. And here's the issue he had over in turn 2.
The right front just went down, and don't know if it was a melted bead. We've seen that a little bit this weekend where the brakes overheat the tire or the wheel and melt that bead in the right front. See him trying to get down here to pit road. He almost gets a hold of Kevin Harvick right there. Kevin lucky not to get clipped. One thing that makes it tough with these cars is, and this track, they don't run liners in the tire. So if you have a tire go down, it goes all the way to the wheel.
The inner liner of the tire within a tire that inflates. So if you lose it on speedways, you don't go all the way down. But here, that is, as you said, not the case.
One reason you see him struggling right now is he's got the sway bar link is probably ground off the car. Whenever he had that right front tire down, it ground the link off the sway bar, and you can see how much it's rolling over, just like what we saw with Kyle Busch at New Hampshire when his sway bar link actually failed. See, that's just leaned over like it wants to turn over. Jamie?
Andy, I just got confirmation exactly what you said about the sway bar is exactly what led to this tire going down.
Newman being shown a lap down now, back in 41st position. Cars going by him as he is a sitting duck out there with the...
Yeah, what's happened right here is when that tire went down, there's a sway bar and the link is underneath the lower control arm. That actually goes down on the racetrack and grinds off, and that's why he's got this problem now. He's going to have to come in and get that fixed. He'll probably have to put a sway bar arm on it because it's grounded in 2.
I'll tell you what, guys, one thing you got to remember about this particular track, this is a short track tire these guys are running here. This is the same tire that run at Richmond, Virginia, Loudon, New Hampshire. Run pretty low air pressure, about 30 pounds on the right front tire. And this straightaway's here awful long here at Phoenix, so it's pretty abusive. And Tim Brewer down there can pretty well tell us about the camber problems. A lot of camber you need to run here and low air pressures. Tim, what do you got?
Hey, Rusty, you're right. They're all contributing factors. Folks, you don't have an interliner like Andy was talking about, but still yet the car wants to transfer so much weight. You've got a lot of brake heat built up in the rotor that's going into the tire. You're also, if you're not utilizing the full opening of the brake duct, you're not cooling properly. But what Andy Petrie said a while ago, this is a Heim joint. It actually hooks to the sway bar arm. And once the tire goes down, it actually grinds us away. But when it gets down to the heim joint, if it grinds it that far down, that's when they're going to have a big problem hooking the thing back up.
Thanks, Tim. Back up front. Here's the 48 car moving in to try to take the lead. And for the first time today, Jimmie Johnson has closed in on Kurt Busch.
Yeah, I think those 4 tires are finally taking over here. Jimmie Johnson's car, you could see him about the last 6 or 7 laps beating Kurt Busch by about a 10th to a 10th and a half a lap. He's going to make that pass here shortly and get those 5 bonus points.
I'm actually surprised that Kurt Busch was able to stay out in front as long as he did.
Yeah, it's a really nice job. He has obviously a very good handling race car. Jimmy's not able to make the pass yet. He's got there, but not able to get up beside him.
And they're catching the tail of the field now, so they're going to be in some traffic. Jimmie needs to go ahead and take advantage of this right now. It looks like he's got him.
Yeah, it looks like where he's really beating him through that center of turn 3 and off of turn 4. He wasn't able to lead that lap.
Jimmy's got to go as well because McMurray is moving in behind him in a hurry. The 26 car.
Let's see, this is where he's really been good when you get down here to turn 3. Jimmy's able to roll his car around. Now he's got that spot. Dave?
And you could sense that was coming, not just the 4 tires versus 2, but before the rain, Jimmie had passed 3 cars. And just been told right now, 5 points. He passed 3 cars. Chad told him, looking good. And all Jimmie said was 10-4. He believed in the car, too.
These guys came here with a mission this week. They know they've won the last 2 races at this racetrack. They knew that kind of things right now, you get down to 2 races to go, you have things in your own hand. You can do and make things happen that you want to happen now. You don't have to worry about what happens to other people.
Okay, here's the tire that just came off of Ryan Newman's car. You can get a look at the bead. You can tell if it's melted that or what caused that tire to go down. Jamie?
Andy, I just spoke to Goodyear. They are down here looking at the tire. They said the bead was fine. It did not melt. But what happened when they brought Ryan in, the tire wasn't behind the line that you see on the pit box. They got a pass-through penalty. They also have to come in and bring it behind the wall to fix that sway bar issue that you guys were discussing.
Yeah, there's some debris out there from that earlier wreck with Brian Vickers. That rotor, when it came apart, can leave little pieces out there, and that may be what happened to this tire on this car as he caught a piece of that debris.
Yeah, Ryan Newman had to make a pass-through penalty here. And you can see why, because these guys are still on the right side of the car. That's what the penalty's for. So he had to make that pass-through that we were showing you just a minute ago.
Jimmie Johnson now in heavy traffic. That's the 84 car. And here's a battle for second position. McMurray trying to move on the inside of Kurt Busch.
Yeah, Kurt's losing some forward bite, especially off of turn 4. Last few laps, the car's really kicked out there. Jimmie Johnson and Jamie McMurray really taking advantage of that situation right now. Kurt will be fine. He's got a good race car, so they'll all get 4 tires here in the near future. He can just hang around there.
Jimmie Johnson, our leader now, has led the last 5 laps. McMurray second, Kurt Busch third, Earnhardt fourth, and Jeff Gordon. And where is Carl Edwards? He is about a half a lap back in 13th position. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station. America's biggest stars are coming to the one event that brings the whole country together, the CMA Awards, hosted by Brad Paisley and Carrie Underwood. The performances by Taylor Swift, the Eagles, Kid Rock, Kenny Chesney, Sugarland, and more. The CMA Awards live Wednesday, 8 o'clock Eastern on ABC. Moving in on scheduled pit stops, so we have had a red flag, but no one was able to add fuel during that 23.5-minute red flag, so they have not been on pit road, the majority of the cars, I should say, for tires and fuel since about lap 22. One car that came back in and took on 4 tires and fuel is the 16 car. He was back as far as 39th. In fact, back to 43rd early on because he had to start at the back of the pack because of a transmission change. And Greg Biffle moving up, guys.
Yeah, Greg's car looks really good. We heard him talk during the rain delay that they hadn't gotten his car where he wanted to. They were adjusting on it, but it looks like he's pretty good right now. He's passed a lot of race cars.
Mathematically, we mentioned at the top of the show that Greg Biffle had a chance to come out of here with the points lead, although he began the day with a 143-point deficit to Jimmie Johnson.
Yeah, we've been talking everything about Jimmie Johnson and Carl Edwards, and we didn't mean to leave Greg out of it, but he obviously is a little further behind, makes it a little more difficult, but he still has a really good chance.
Johnny Sauter on the move, and here's a driver. DJ, you know what he's thinking right now. He said, I don't get many opportunities to show my stuff, and I got to get up there and try to get someone to notice me for rides for down the road.
Yeah, he's just trying to make a good run here. He's had a good run so far today. He's moved up into the 20th spot. You see him get a little bit loose right there in the middle of 3 and 4.
Jimmie Johnson moving in on another chase kit to the 17 car. Matt Kenseth, who's on the inside of Bill Elliott. Those guys are 31st and 32nd.
And Matt had that flat tire under the red flag, had to come back in. That put him at the tail end of the line. Obviously struggling to see Dale Jr. trying to take the 3rd spot away from Kurt Busch. I think those 2 tires are really showing up on Kurt Busch's car right now.
What we're seeing too, lap times have slowed down a couple of seconds from when they had new tires on. You might see some guys try to get down pit road, pit short if they feel like it's going to go green.
Earnhardt Jr., who led 87 laps here back in April. Same car he led a ton of laps with at Richmond. Tony Eury Jr. telling me they thought this car would be really good from the second half of the race on, where they weren't here in the spring, which is pretty unusual for this team. They've been good early on in races. Mike?
I also had a conversation with Tony Eury Jr., and as you mentioned, he led a bunch of laps here back in the spring, but he said he didn't feel like he had the best car. He felt like Mark Martin had the best car. They were better on drive off the corner, so that's exactly what they concentrated on during the course of practice. They feel like they are equal to what the 8 was here back in the spring, much better than they were then.
Tony Jr. saying if we just would have had that forward bite that Mike was talking about, we probably could have been the car to beat, or would have been the car to beat here. But he said a couple minor adjustments is all it takes, and suddenly that forward bite shows up, and you got a car that everybody has a tough time handling.
That's it. It's all about details, and you don't beat these guys by a lot. You beat them by a little. And you try to find those little advantages.
Yeah, Junior's really coming right now. He has Jamie McMurray just up in front of him for that. He's in 2nd place right now. It looks like they've got their forward bite worked out and going well. You've got cars starting to make pit stops. Denny Hamlin on the pit road.
Got to get it woed down here. 45 miles an hour. 38, David Gilliland in as well. They have been green since lap 48. Remember, a very curved pit road. He headed down toward the curve. Hamlin making his stop. Mike.
And he's been saying he's a little bit tight center. They're going to make a track bar adjustment, take on 4 tires and a load of Sunoco race fuel. They'll also work on wedge as they swing down around to the left side of the car. Pretty smooth stop so far. Just beyond 14 seconds, they're off the jacks and away.
8 car, Mark Martin coming in for his scheduled pit stop. Other leaders headed down. Let's go back down to Mike.
And Mark Martin real happy with his race car to this point, feeling like it's every bit as good as it was here in the spring. Just needs to get a little bit of clean air. That's what he wants. Team going to work on the right side. They make a slight air pressure adjustment. No chassis changes. Pretty clean stop right now for the 8 as they look to pick up where they left off back in the spring, looking for a victory here. 14 seconds for the 8 car. Shannon?
Jeff Gordon saying his 24 car still tight in the middle, but terribly loose on throttle. They're going to try to help him out. This is also what they worked on in the last pit stop. 4 tires for the 24 team. Mike.
Jamie McMurray had one word to describe this race car: loose. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, also a chassis adjustment, 4 tires and fuel on the 26.
Leader Jimmie Johnson is on pit road. He will come all the way around the curve, and the car so far for Jimmy on this run, tight in the center, loose off the corner, but obviously very, very fast. That will mean a slight chassis adjustment. That'll be wedge in this car, and air pressure as well for Jimmy. 4 tire stop, Sunoco fuel in the lows, 48 as well. Remember, Jimmy first led on lap 180, or on lap 81, got those 5 bonus points, and we go to Shannon.
Jeff Burton says the car is loose in turn 3, then it gets tight, needs a little rear grip for the 31. 4 tires, Jeff Burton is down and away. Jamie.
And Kurt Busch in his pit box, they're going to make an air pressure adjustment. Actually, they already did on all 4 tires and fuel for the 2 car who led early in this race. Guys?
And Carl Edwards had been a little bit loose. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, try to correct it that way. Still on pit road. Remember, they've got a substitute front tire changer. That's Greg Dolan. Dolan making the move there. A very smooth pit stop for the 99. They're away.
You got a hand for that sub tire changer. He did a great job right there.
Sure did. Nice work. Hey, you throw these guys in there with other guys that do a really good job. They think they know they got to step it up, and he was able to do that. Mark Martin's being black flagged.
Report is a lug nut issue on the 8 car. Here's the leader, Greg Biffle. Now remember, he was one of the 8 cars that came back on pit road and pitted on that second caution flag when others stayed on the racetrack.
He's got about 10 laps that he can run farther, but if I was him, I believe I'd get down pit road now because he's going to lose a lot of time on these old tires.
44, Rudeman back in. Shannon.
David Rudeman right now saying that the car is tight. They made a wedge adjustment to free it up on the last pit stop. You see that wrench in the back window. Looks like they're doing the same here too. 4 tires for David Rudeman and Sunoco Fuel.
Mark Martin coming back down to tighten the lug, put a lug nut on, and NASCAR officials calling him back in. This cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, this is disappointing. You never want to make these kind of mistakes.
Greg Biffle has done something today that his teammate Carl Edwards has yet to do, and that's lead a lap. 29 car, Kevin Harvick behind him.
I saw Mark Martin came back down pit road to get a lug nut put back on, and the rule is that just have to be on. They don't have to be tight. But that crew member just stuck the lug nut on by hand. That didn't make a lot of sense. I believe if I was going to come down pit road, I'd put it on tight.
Defeating the purpose, wasn't it?
Travis Kvapil, the second place car, coming down pit road for his pit stop.
Biffle is still running some pretty good lap times here, so looks like he may stay out there and try to take advantage of any situation that he possibly can right now.
He's getting passed right here by some cars that have new tires. These cars are getting back on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's not for the lead. The 99 car going by Edwards and the 18 of Busch. As you see Travis Kvapil coming down after his 4 tire change.
Right now there's only 20 cars on the lead lap because Biffle is staying out.
Talk about his lap times are pretty good, but in comparison to Jimmie Johnson, he's about a second off. So as you mentioned, he's losing a lot of time right here.
Well, he's just taking a chance. If he gets a caution, you see he's got his hand out the window. He's coming this time. You take a chance. If the caution comes out, it's a great break for you. But if it doesn't, you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, once all these other guys start getting back on the lead lap, there's no reason to stay out there. You're just putting yourself further behind.
Well, he led the laps he had to lead to be able to get the bonus points. Now he will come down and get 4 fresh Goodyear. A little bit of Sunoco fuel. And so he can make it for 90 more laps. Jamie.
And they weren't sure starting 43rd they'd make it to the front to get those 5 bonus points, but they did for a little bit of strategy there. He said he's tight in the center, a little loose in the corners. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, just a half round. 4 tires for the 16 of Greg Biffle. Remember, he's still the championship hunt dog.
Like to be able to get this thing closer to Greg Wood and keep it close till he gets to Homestead, where he has been almost unbeatable in recent years, a 3-time winner at Homestead Miami Speedway. Let's show you the pit stop up close with our crew cam. The front tire changer, Mike Ellershaw, for the 47 of Marcus Ambrose. Now watch this brake dust come off.
I've lived this right here. You see how black that wheel is? That's a chrome wheel. And yeah, there's the new one. All that is brake dust on that wheel. See right here, it looks like it's painted black, but that's actually all brake dust.
17, Kenseth back on pit road for his stop. Remember, he had the unscheduled stop after the red flag for the left front tire that was flat. Andy, what you were talking about, they're trying to make repairs here on Ryan Newman's sway bar that he ground off with that tire that went down, so he can get him back on the racetrack.
Yeah, he was just losing too much time. He couldn't hardly drive the car, so they're going to fix it.
Jimmy Johnson, our points leader, is our race leader at Phoenix International Raceway. 112 laps are in the books. Eventful day here in the desert. It has rained at Phoenix. We've had hard impacts, backward cars on pit road, and our points leader, Jimmy Johnson, finally on lap 82 able to make a pass to lead, and that's where he has stayed for much of the rest of the time. He has led now twice for 28 laps. Johnson, our leader, McMurray in second, Dale Earnhardt Jr. fourth, Jeff Gordon, and Kurt Busch.
He's all over Clint Boyer right now, trying to put him down a lap. Looks like he's got him. Bad news for Clint.
Yeah, you can see Jimmy working really hard in there with his wheels, trying to make that pass. Get back to some fresh air there, clean air on the nose of that car.
Top of your screen, see Carl Edwards now 162 points back. It was 106 separation when they started today. Jimmy Johnson, our leader. Edwards being shown back in 10th position here as we are working lap 119 in the Checker O'Reilly Auto Parts 500. There's Carl, and he's been digging, but he hasn't been able to get up there, guys.
Well, he's doing okay. He's in the top 10 now, and he's not really losing a lot more ground. Had a good pit stop. If he can just hang in there, they get this car right, he'll be able to make some moves.
Got some difficult people to pass in order to get up there. Look at these guys. He's got 3 Hendrick cars, guys. Gordon, Earnhardt, Jimmy Johnson, if he's going to get up there and lead. And it's not going to be an easy road, DJ.
No, it's not going to be that. Casey Mears is there in 6th place, so he's got all the Hendrick guys that he's got to deal with. He's going to get anywhere close to the front, close this points lead down. Mike?
Well, DJ, throughout the course of the weekend, I'm sure you can relate to this, Carl Edwards has been really concentrating on his line. During practice yesterday afternoon, he wanted to know where he was running in relation to the 48 team. Bob Osborne told him he was running identical lines. Well, that has not worked out so far today. His lap times have been a little bit slower than the 48, so they've told him to adjust. Initially, they told him to run a little bit higher because that's where the 26 has been so successful. That didn't work either, so they told him to move back down to the bottom of the racetrack, still looking for rear grip.
You know, Carl's really good at adjusting and trying to find different lines around the racetrack. And you know, a lot of times it's looked like this year that in the middle portion of the race that he just wasn't going to be a factor. And next thing you know, there he is in the top 5, and then he's challenging for a win. So he does a really good job of searching around and knowing where that grip is on the racetrack.
The last 3 laps, Carl Edwards has been faster than this guy, Jimmy Johnson, the leader. But he's got a ways to go, and he's trying to make up some room there. There is Johnson, the leader. McMurray second. Earnhardt Jr. And there's the 24 of Jeff Gordon. Shannon.
Jeff Gordon, of course, looking for his first win of the season, but right now it sounds like they may be having some problems. Jeff Gordon came over the radio, said the engine sounded like it changed tune and skipped a beat. This is what he told his crew chief, Steve Letarte.
Power in the engine. I mean, it's not bad, but just a little tiny bit feels like it's lost. Bit four about the engine. Take a glance at your volts, make sure you don't have a battery going down, and when you get out in clean air, you want to try your box so you can push shot.
Right now, as you see Steve Letarte looking on, they're just going to ride it out, see if there's any major issues, and just stay out as long as they can.
I can tell you it's not a major issue now because his lap times are pretty good. I know he doesn't like what he's feeling there, but he's still running fast, and that's the main thing. Now we're talking, you've seen this wind pick up like huge, and that can make the engine tune change, especially when you go into that headwind and crosswinds. It can really change the tone of that motor and make it run fine.
Our DirecTV telemetry DJs you watching it, the RPMs are still up there pretty well, but obviously that headwind and tailwind can make a big difference.
Yeah, it buffets you around a little bit. And the other thing, if you move around the seat, and this happens after a pit stop sometimes, your earpieces will actually move around, and that actually changes the sound of everything, and you just think that it's changed tune. Not that Jeff Gordon doesn't have a great idea of when his engine changes that tune, but sometimes it's just little things like that that can give you an idea that something is happening.
Highest he's been in the points all year long. He moved up to 5th in the points after that second place finish at Texas last week. 4th consecutive top 10 finish. Jimmie Johnson up front. A 2.3 second lead over Jamie McMurray. Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in 3rd spot. Jeff Gordon is 4th. And Kurt Busch is 5th. Carl Edwards now moving up to 9th overall.
A little over a third of the way through today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race at Phoenix International Raceway. Second to last race in the championship. Jimmie Johnson, the leader. Carl Edwards, 9th. As you watch them run on the racetrack, that means the gap between them as they run is 158 points.
Yeah, we know at the beginning of the show, we heard Jimmie Johnson talking about wanting to leave here with a 162-point lead. He's well on his way to that. He's already led 43 laps today.
I tell you, qualifying's been really tough now. Track position's been everything in the world. Jimmie Johnson's got it right now. Carl Edwards has only picked up 8 spots. That's kind of unusual for Carl Edwards. He's usually a big-time charger, but it's hard to pass at this flat racetrack.
We're seeing somewhat of a reversal of last week. Jimmie Johnson's got the dominant car this week. He's out front, heading out, going to lead. Looks like he's leading the most laps. Carl's struggling a little bit back there in traffic.
How about our Ford up to speed? Let's check in on the championship and race leaders. Pit, Dave, what's going on?
How did they get this race car so good, Alan? Information from the spring race, information from this weekend. The qualifying setup on this car did not work in race trim, but they went back to this spring when they ran very well during the daytime practices, even though it was a night race. They put that daytime practice setup on this car, and it came to life. They knew that it was what they wanted to run during the race. Mike?
Dave, you want to get an idea how much there's been a turnaround with the 26 car? Well, consider this. Coming into today, they had led 131 laps in the last 7 races. Prior to that, they led only 112 in their previous 86 races. So obviously they've hit on something. Jamie attributes it to the way they've been able to adjust the race car, but as crew chief Larry Carter says, he's just been much more confident over the last month. That's translated to better qualifying efforts and better runs. Meanwhile, the guy behind him, well, that's Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's certainly looking to end this season on a high note. Only 1 victory this year so far. His crew chief Tony Eury Jr. told me that over the last couple of weeks, they've really been in testing mode, trying to figure some stuff out so that they begin 2009 real strong. They have learned a couple things the last couple of weeks, applied it to this race car, things they think can help them get to victory lane today, Shannon.
Well, behind him in 4th place is his teammate, Jeff Gordon. You heard earlier they were having a little bit, or thought they were having an engine problem. So far, so good. Jeff Gordon holding 4th. Now, this is their Martinsville car that they brought here this weekend, but the setup was a mixture between Loudon and Richmond. But I spoke with Steve Letarte, crew chief for Jeff Gordon. He said the setup is one thing. If we want to win here at Phoenix, it is going to be a combination of a lot of things. Pit road, track speed, and of course the driver. Jamie.
Kurt Busch and this 2-team mixing things up. They're trying the new R6 motor. They actually have had it the last few weeks, but last weekend didn't work out so well. They blew a motor, and he finished 41st. What a comeback this weekend. Started off this race, led 60 laps, right now hanging in the top 5. Behind him, Casey Mears in the 5 car. He's had some great runs here at Phoenix, but never finished in the top 10. He's been top 10 all day today. Now, he tested with the 07 team at Richard Childress Racing last Tuesday. They said it went great, but right now, Casey's just focused on getting a win with his last 2 races here with Hendrick Motorsports. Mike?
The 11 team, a very hungry team, Jamie, looking for a win. They finished inside the top 3 of the last 4 Phoenix races. They felt like coming into today, they had a legitimate shot at going to victory lane. Right now, the balance a little bit off, loose in and loose off. Still trying to get it a little bit better. They're not where they need to be, Shannon.
Well, it was a pretty busy happy hour practice for Kevin Harvick and the 29 team. They did have to change their battery and their alternator. They found some electrical problems. They do not know what the issue was. The team told me they just changed it and they thought everything was good. Definitely keeping their fingers crossed. So far, so so good with his 29 car, though. Kevin Harvick says the only issue is he needs a little bit more forward bite. Mike?
Coming into today with a 106-point deficit, Carl Edwards says, we're not feeling any pressure. We're just having fun and digging as deep as we possibly can. Conversely, he says, the pressure is all on Jimmie Johnson. But right now, as you can see, if he wants to apply more pressure to Johnson, he needs to pick it up. But he's been awfully loose most of the day, Alan.
All right, so that's where Carl runs, and just behind him rounding out the top 10, Kyle Busch started 14th. Thought we might see him move up a little bit here, but he's just kind of stuck right there at the backside of the top 10.
Maybe we've seen by the end of the day. It looks like that race car is getting a little bit better.
Caution's out, caution's out.
This caution for debris.
Debris in 2, they're saying.
In turn 2. And the yellow flag waves for the 4th time in this race after a very long green flag run. And that yellow, I think, a break for Greg Biffle, who had gotten himself a little out of sequence on pit strategy, but it might pay off for him here.
Could tell you, Greg's going to take advantage of this opportunity, I think, Greg.
Yeah, he's going to have to come down and get some tires. He stayed out a little bit longer, put him behind, but it didn't look like it worked out too badly for him. He's moved back up to 13th now. Needs a good pit stop here and get himself back up in the top 10.
Boy, and David Reagan, he was getting close to getting lapped too, but Jimmie Johnson had barely held on because of that caution. Good job.
Free pass on this one goes to Juan Pablo Montoya. He will get to come around and rejoin the lead lap at the conclusion of the yellow flag, so that'll give us 20 cars on the lead lap. And Bob Osborne saying, what do I have to do to this car to get my driver some track position and a car he can go race Jimmie Johnson for this win? Here they come. Pit stops will be at the conclusion of lap 142. Johnson leading them down the pit lane. Shannon?
Alan, Jeff Gordon says the car's tight in the middle and loose off. They're going to get a little aggressive with this pit stop. Go half a round up on the track bar and 4 tires for this 2014. Jamie?
And Kurt Busch, they're going to make a track bar adjustment, air pressure adjustment, 4 tires and fuel for the 2 car who's been hanging in the top 5. Mike?
Jamie McMurray a little bit tight middle to make a chassis adjustment, putting a round in on the left side. 4 tire change and 1 can of Sunoco race fuel, Dave.
Jimmie Johnson reporting tighter and tighter, a wedge adjustment and air pressure adjustment. 4 tires, and looks like this time he does win the race off pit road.
Race off of pit road. Jimmie Johnson will stay there as a leader. Earnhardt Jr. gains a spot, as does Jeff Gordon. McMurray back too. And the other ones in the whole top 10 holding their position. So under caution for the 4th time today on lap 141. And watch the reaction of Jeff Gordon's bunch. They are pretty pumped about getting him on and off in less than 13.5 seconds. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station. It's an all-championship weekend next week in South Florida. On Friday, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series at Homestead, Miami. Just 3 points separating Hornaday and Vince, and that's on speed at 7:30 Eastern Time. NASCAR Nationwide Series Ford, 356 points separating Carl Edwards and Clint Bowyer for that title. Saturday at 4 o'clock on ESPN2. And Sunday, the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup comes to a conclusion on ABC Live right here, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, the Ford 400. Under caution for the 4th time, let's visit with our in-race reporter, Carl Edwards, currently being shown in 9th position.
Carl Dale Jarrett, ESPN, you got me?
I got you, Dale.
Well, we're not quite to halfway yet, and you've made your way into the top 10. Have you got a car that can get up there and challenge? I know the passing becomes more difficult with these guys.
Yeah, this car is pretty good. It's just we're not, the balance isn't quite right yet. We've been trying to get it right, and I think as we get there, it'll get faster and faster. And these guys are faster up here, but generally, if you get strung out, these are the guys that'll kind of make it a little easier on you because they don't want to hold themselves up too. So hopefully we can get some more spots here on this run.
Are you fighting forward bite as far as your balance?
You could say that. It's hard to get any grip out here. It's real slick, and it makes it fun to drive. It makes the long runs real fun. Just hard to get anywhere.
Okay, Carl. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thanks, Tim.
Hey, Bob Osborne, Andy Petrie, have you got us?
Andy, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. What kind of adjustments have you been making on that car, and do you plan on making any more?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll do some more adjustments as we go here, but just air pressure and some crossweight adjustments.
Have you got any magic to try to move him up through that pack a little bit?
The opportunity comes, we're going to take it, that's for sure.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Good luck.
Yeah.
Bob Osborne told me in the garage area this morning, he said if we can just get close, I would go ahead and trot 2 tires to get him up front and see if he can hang there. We saw it worked pretty well for Kurt Busch early on.
He's going to do anything he can or whatever it takes to try to get a win or to try to beat this 48. He's going to roll the dice.
We heard that Jeff Gordon was maybe having some power problems, a little different sound on the engine. Let's listen into their radio.
And he would like to know if it's a power or a tone or both.
Feels like it's lost power. You know, I'm able to get in the throttle much harder up off the corner. Just doesn't feel like it's pulling down the straightaway as good.
We're just trying to diagnose it. That's good. We'll go back to A. If that didn't help, you're doing great, man. Doing great. That's got us up to 3rd. All right, I know drive off's a problem, but that right there showed me that drive off's going to keep going away. But it's going to be one of them races that we're going to have to roll.
Well, he keeps talking about that engine, but I'll tell you, this car's running great. I don't see any real problems with the way it's running. I know he says he's using more throttle, and that's probably why he's a little worried about it.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get to that throttle. You just don't feel like it's pulling down the straightaway like you want. This may play to his advantage. Everybody's fighting forward bite here, and if you have a little bit less right there off the corner, it can help hook up those rear tires a little better.
Well, I tell you, you're exactly right, DJ. One thing can change the tone, too, is to get a tight race car. If the car's really tight, it's going to make the driver feel like there's something wrong with the motor, too. And plus, his tailwind. It's really playing havoc, guys.
Let's watch the restart, see if Jeff Gordon has the power to be able to get the car up off the corner here behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmie Johnson, his teammates. All 4 Hendrick cars in the top 6.
Racing behind becomes a little more difficult now. We've got a lot of cars a lap down. It makes it a lot more difficult to work your way through there, and if you've got a good car on these restarts, it makes it tough because you've got the lap car on the inside.
Just 20 cars on the lead lap. The last car is Juan Pablo Montoya, the 42.
See Clint Boyer there. He's in the spot if we should have a caution to get the free pass. Mark Martin right behind him, separated by Dale Jr. He wants to get up there and get to that spot after having that pass-through penalty, or that penalty to come back and put a lug nut on during those green flag pit stops.
Boyer, who finished 2nd here in the spring to Jimmie Johnson. Let's check with him in his pits. Jamie.
Well, Doc, you can't count him out, although he's only a lap down at this point. Remember yesterday in that nationwide race? You couldn't have asked for a worst-case scenario. Got wrecked on a restart, came back from 31st to finish 4th. They narrowed that gap, and he's still the points leader. It was a come-from-behind race we won't forget, so keep your eye on the 07. I wouldn't count him out just yet.
I always call him the comeback kid. He finds a way to come back no matter what kind of situation he finds himself in. And he's a scrapper, man. He can make something happen.
Jimmie Johnson up front, Dale Earnhardt Jr. about a 2nd differential. And where is cousin Carl? There he is, the 99 car, under attack from the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Kyle able to take that spot away. I was going to move Carl back to the 10th spot now. Well, these are exactly the type of tracks that Kyle Busch and his team have struggled on this year, but they seem like they've got a lot better package here at this racetrack than what they've had in the past.
This car Kyle Busch is running here is the one they had all the trouble with up in New Hampshire with the Heim joint, remember? And they brought it back here trying to redeem itself and the whole team after the frustration to struggle to start the chase.
See Carl getting passed by the 44. David Ridman's a lap down after that last green flag run.
Give a call to the 10 car, A.J. Allmendinger. Now, folks said he had never driven a Cup car here at Phoenix until this weekend, and this car's been running 11th and 12th, the top 15 all day.
Yeah, he's digging right there. He's trying to get by the 0-1 Regan Smith.
Yeah, he's doing a really nice job and has done in this 10 car the entire time he's been there. He's the best Gillette Evernham car here once again. See Greg Biffle trying to take that spot away from him. Greg and his crew made a nice call. They came in, got 4 tires a number of laps back, and that worked out for them. They led part of the race. Now he's got himself in a position trying to work into the top 10.
This is 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th with Allmendinger there. Biffle. Here goes Tony Stewart. Looking underneath Biffle. Can't get it to stick. The 31 car of Jeff Burton is there. The 9 car of Casey Kane. These are all lead lap cars battling for position.
Jeff Burton's got his car going better, too, than what he was talking about during the rain delay, that they didn't have it exactly what they wanted. Continue to work on it.
Marcus Ambrose, the 47 car.
Yeah, how about Marcus Ambrose? He's doing a great job out there today. He's 16th on the lead lap. Trying to get by Travis Popple right here, but this is not for position.
Yeah, very impressive run by him today. He's really done a good job in this 47 car. Yeah, this is a car out of Michael Waltrip's stable. And
he's actually the highest running Michael Waltrip car out there.
He's trying to get this car into the top 35 in owner's points so that when they get to Daytona Beach, I know Brad Daugherty'd feel a lot better if they were in that top 35 and had a guaranteed spot.
You can see he's right on, he's there. He's in the 35th spot as they run. If he can finish this thing off nice, he'll make some ground on that.
Yeah, when the day began, Scott Speed had a 44-point advantage in the 84 car. Of course, Scott making only his 4th start in the series, and it's this 47 car able to drop right by him in the points.
Yeah, this Scott Speed, the 84 car, is running 39th. He's struggling big time. Man, we got us a race right here.
These guys are racing hard. See Biffle involved here. See what happened. Just whoa.
Yeah, we got some lap cars. That 0-1. Regan Smith is a lap down. So is David Rudeman. They're racing each other.
Contact there off turn 4. See Allmendinger. He's been battling with Regan Smith, trying to take that spot away, and it's allowed Biffle to get up by him. He was trying to get around, but still hasn't gotten past Regan Smith yet. He's kind of trapped on the inside.
So our DJ Regan being shown back in 28th position, as you mentioned, 1 lap down. So is the 44 car a lap down. Back in 27th spot.
See the teammates racing each other. The 9 car, Casey Kane on the outside. Got a little damage on that right front fender for A.J. Allmendinger, where he made that contact.
If you were wondering, Jimmy Johnson stretched out about a 2-second lead as we watch this battle. It's a great battle these guys are putting on right here.
It's a little frustrating when you've got 2 lap down cars that are racing side by side, I would imagine.
Yeah, it really is. You're wanting to just give you one of the lanes.
A.J. Allmendinger's stock has really gone up in the last few races driving for Gillette Evernham, and we asked him about his confidence about being able to possibly run in the top 10 on a regular basis.
Every weekend I can be in the top 15, and that's something that as long as I keep getting better, I can start inching into the top 10 every weekend, like those Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, those guys, you know, the same guys you see every weekend that are right in there in the top 10. I think that I've shown I can be right there on the edge of the top 15, if not in it.
His first start with Gillette Evernham, he finished 15th in Martinsville, 14th in Atlanta. Would have had a top 10 possibly.
Go, Casey Kane just got in the wall. He tried to get on the outside of David Rudeman. These guys are getting frustrated with these lap cars. Casey Kane hit that wall pretty hard. Here's another battle for 3rd.
McMurray
hits. Right side, Kenny. Mostly from the right rear tires. Messed up a little bit, like the sidewall scuffed up. And the fender behind it peaked in probably a couple inches at the bumper.
That's Casey Kane's spotter.
Let's show you what we're just talking about with Casey Kane's spotter up on the outside. Whoa.
Just trying to sneak up on that right rear corner of Rudeman to get that position so he can get by. Just got out there too far, and I don't know if Rudeman saw him. Here comes Jamie McMurray underneath Jeff Gordon.
3rd place for McMurray. If you just joined our coverage, Jamie qualified on the outside front row. Here's the 2 that have been battling almost side by side, lap after lap for position. Carl had it, Kyle Busch took it, and now Carl's going to take it back.
Carl's car doesn't seem to be quite as good on the new tires, lower air pressures. Takes him a few laps to get going. That's why we heard him say earlier he needed some long runs to make some spots.
That is 9th position, and Carl still trying to get it up in the top 5 for the first time today, but struggling here back in the pack. And you remember you heard Bob Osborne say if we get close and get a caution flag, we may roll the dice a little bit and try to get him up there and see if he can hang on. Jimmy Johnson is our leader on the racetrack, and stretching out that point margin right now, 163 points over Carl Edwards. 148 laps to go.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by the all-new 09 F-150. It's not just a new truck, it's a new F-150. and the Home Depot, NASCAR's home improvement warehouse.
143 laps to go in the second to last race of the NASCAR Sprint Cup season. Jimmie Johnson, the championship leader, is out in front by 3 seconds over Dale Earnhardt Jr. Johnson trying to win a third consecutive championship, something that's only been done once in history before. But Johnson's teammate at Hendrick Motorsports, Jeff Gordon, is having some troubles. Gordon sliding back through the field. This on his radio a moment ago. And while we look at the DirecTV telemetry on Jeff Gordon's car, that's not good.
No, it sounds like a valve spring. Man, that guy's got a good ear because he picked it up before, and we're saying, well, maybe it's the wind or whatever. But I'd certainly be a little bit worried in that Hendrick camp. You know, valve springs are bought in batches, Rusty.
Well, they really are. They're the same for all those race teams. And generally, probably broke an inner valve spring. And if he did break the inner, then the outer probably went. Now, the next thing is, can this thing make it and the valve not drop down into the cylinder? And if that happens, he's out of the race.
Yeah, the question would be, will Chad go down and talk to Steve Letarte or send someone down, get some information? I still believe, though, that Jimmie Johnson and Chad Knaus, they're the dynamic duo. I don't believe they're too concerned. They haven't had a mechanical failure all season. They'll keep running hard, but could be some info fast.
The problem with this, Brad, is there's nothing they can do about it. They just got to ride it out. And right now, the other teammates don't seem to be having a problem.
So while we watch these guys chatting down on pit road and follow that story closely throughout the rest of the race, let's go to our ESPN Tech Center and talk to Tim Brewer. Tim?
Thanks, Alan. The worst case scenario, folks, we can show you exactly what might happen here. But it's a deal to where the valve spring might have been broke. And what that is if you over-rev the thing. But like Ray said, you've got an inner valve spring right here. And if that thing cracks, that's going to drop the thing down. And that's when he noticed the minute just sound deter. But when you drop like 400 RPMs, like Steve Letarte says, can you hear it or do you smell it? Because these drivers can do both. But if it breaks this outer spring, the valve's going to drop, and that's going to end the day for Jeff Gordon.
All right, Tim, thanks. So right now, Gordon has slipped back to 9th spot. And as you heard Steve Letarte say, trying to stay out of the way and ride it out. These things usually don't ride out successfully to the checkered flag like this,
you're right. They generally don't ride out successfully. And Ray, I'm starting to wonder. I wonder if maybe he's broke a rocker arm or a push rod because the valve hasn't fell yet. If he did that, I guess the thing could stay running no problem.
It could, but believe it or not, those things will ride in there for a long time. They make so much power now in these engines that valve is, that piston's probably knocking that valve up and down. If it is a valve, it's not going to go all the way. It's going to break that thing off.
Tim?
Yeah, we can talk right here, Alan. The valve is going to break in time because once this outer spring breaks, it's going to get down here in this scenario. And like Ray says, when that head comes off, it's going down through the piston. That's when you're going to see all the smoke come out the exhaust port.
You lost the valve spring on your screen there, didn't you, Brewer?
It blew up, Alan.
You got it all squared away. That's live TV. We appreciate it very much. So there's Jeff Gordon, soldiering on in 11th place right now. And we'll see if he makes it to the 312-lap conclusion today, Doc.
Thanks, guys. And Andy Petrie, my question to you is, for this guy right here, how concerned are you if you're Jimmie Johnson, knowing the same parts and pieces that have just now failed in the 24 are in your engine?
He's probably not. They probably haven't even told Jimmie Johnson. He just needs to go out there and drive hard. Who's really worried are the engine guys for the Hendrick team. I mean, when you have, like we just heard, you have a problem like that, everybody kind of worries about it because these packages are roughly the same. The only thing that might be happening here is they could be running maybe something just a little different in Gordon's car, his engine, than they would be running in Jimmy's. Maybe trying something for next year, and might have caused them a little problem.
Another Hendrick car running pretty well there, the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. being shown in second position. So he's not had any issues thus far. Casey Mears, by the way, also a Hendrick car back in 5th spot. So they got 3 in the top 5.
Yeah, Casey having a great day running up there. That's nice to see. But, I'm pretty sure they're not going to tell Jimmie Johnson that until Jimmie gets around to the point that he can see the 24, and then he's going to ask what's wrong.
He's going to say, what's wrong with that 24? And they're going to say, he's got a little problem.
He's not too concerned right now because he's pulled out almost a 4-second lead.
There's Casey Mears. We're talking about what a great run he is having. Only this race and one more. And he moves over to Richard Childress for 2009. There's Greg Biffle in the 16 car, sliding beneath the 18 of Kyle Busch. And that is for 9th spot.
Yeah, good day for Greg Biffle. Having to start in the rear. No easy task here at this racetrack. It's not, there is some room out there to pass, especially if your car's good. And right now it's kind of the best time if you have a good handling race car that you can make up some time on this racetrack for these guys that are struggling. Jamie?
Well, his performance is contradicting what he's actually saying on the radio, DJ. He said his car is getting worse. He can hardly put the gas down without getting real loose. And he said he's having a slight brake issue. He said he has a lot of rear brake in it. What exactly is he doing inside there, guys?
Jamie, he can adjust the balance bar in there. They've got a knob on the dash that they can change that front to rear balance. But the best thing to do is just back off the brakes a little bit and don't charge the corner too hard. Looks like he's doing a good job of rolling the car through the corner now.
DJ, which way do you go on the brakes if you're having trouble getting bite coming up off the corner? Which way do you want to go when you change that brake bias?
Well, you're trying to, his problem probably is in the center of the corner. And if it's making him loose, then he's going to take some front brake away from the car right there as he tries to get down into the center of the corner. As far as the exit of the corner, that's just going to be modulated with his gas pedal. And you can see he couldn't make that pass right there on Kyle Busch because he's been loose off the corner.
Here's the owner, Rick Henry, coming down to talk to the engine guys and say, how worried should we be here? Finding out exactly what they think might be happening. Of course, they don't know. They're just going by sound and input from Jeff Gordon, who was running in 4th position, and now Gordon has slid all the way back to 14th spot. Here is the leader, Jimmie Johnson. Our points leader and our race leader, Jimmie Johnson, who probably has no idea what's happening right now in the worry at the Hendrick camp. You're watching ESPN on ABC. America's biggest stars are coming to the one event that brings the whole country together, the CMA Awards, hosted by Brad Paisley and Carrie Underwood, with performances by Taylor Swift, the Eagles, Kid Rock, Kenny Chesney, Sugarland, and more. The CMA Awards live Wednesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, right here on ABC. Jimmie Johnson, the leader with 125 laps to go, has now led twice for 98 laps. So if right now he would get those bonus points for leading the most laps. A lot of traffic trying to work underneath David Gilliland's car, number 38.
Yeah, he's lost a little bit of his lead, about 0.7 of a second over what he had, but that's just because he's been a little bit cautious around this traffic. Still motoring along pretty good. Jamie McMurray's about 3.2 seconds back in 2nd place.
Jimmie Johnson said he had his agenda for the weekend was to come to Phoenix after the frustrations he had at Texas and sit on the pole. He did that. I want to lead a lap. He did that. He said, I want to lead the most laps. Thus far, he has done that. And he said he wanted to win the race and come out of here with a point lead of over 162. And that remains to be seen. But he is the car to beat here right now.
Kyle Petty, this is the last ride for him this year in the 45.
Maybe the last time in a Petty Enterprises car.
Could be.
A lot of speculation that Kyle may be back in a 3rd Petty Enterprises car next year, or there are some other teams that may be offering him rides for Kyle, making his 829th career start. Jimmie Johnson is running 29.805 seconds a lap. But, folks, Carl Edwards is flying. He has run 29.32 in the 99 car. So if he can keep that up, he's going to be moving up in a hurry.
He's taking advantage of all this traffic Jimmie Johnson's having to deal with, making good lap times and closing this gap slightly.
Yeah, his problem right now is he's 10 seconds behind Jimmie Johnson, but he is gaining on the next car in front of him, who is Kevin Harvick. So it would be 4 more points at this particular spot if he were able to get up and pass Kevin Harvick.
He's the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
Yeah. He said he needed long green runs. That's when their car was really good.
Carl has done everything he can do the last 2 weeks. He won at Atlanta. He won and led the most laps at Texas. And we asked him about not letting up in this chase for the Sprint Cup.
I think running this well the last couple of weeks, has maybe made the guys that were chasing a little more nervous. Shook them a little bit, and that's good. But it doesn't matter how well you ran at Texas. That will not make you run better at Phoenix or at Homestead. You have to go do the job, and so we don't rely on it much, but we enjoy it.
And guys, this team is not giving up despite what seems to be a pretty large deficit, but they've averaged over the last couple of weeks about a 45-point gain. Bob Osborne told me this morning, he said if we can pick up yet another 45 points today, which they have some work to do that, they will definitely be within striking distance. But he said to be realistic, we hope to be within about 45 points in Homestead.
Doing everything he can do, Mike, to get there and try to narrow the lead. But right now he's got issues because he's going to have to try to somehow reel in Jimmie Johnson, who's having the kind of days he's had here at Phoenix International Raceway.
Okay, he sees Jeff Gordon now. Jimmie Johnson does. He probably senses that he's got a problem.
Yeah, he didn't sense he heard it when he went by him, I'm quite certain. Because those are the type of things that you could hear as you get up beside of these race cars. You could hear that, you would be able to hear that Jeff Gordon's engine is not performing well. I'm sure Jimmy's going to be coming over the radio wanting to know exactly what's going on there. Maybe just not. Maybe just ain't much I can do about it. So let's just, we'll just go on
and they can just, it can just be a part failure. It can be just an isolated incident that's not really related to anything else. That's what they'll hope anyway.
That's what you would tell it to be.
Oh yeah,
right?
That's my story right there, buddy.
Dave?
Yeah, no word so far, guys. To the 48, he didn't make any comment when he went by him. And to the point last week in Texas when they had issues and finished 15th, I asked Chad about that this morning. He said, you know what? He said, we didn't even talk about that this week among the crew members. They all know what to do. Nobody put their head down. We all just went about our jobs. And he said, I think the biggest indicator that they got it right was the way we showed up off the truck here. Fast in practice, qualified on the pole, and now look at them on their way out in front of this field right now.
This is the same car they ran at Martinsville and dominated there. Sound like Dave's on 7 cylinders down there.
Maybe 6 by now.
Good job, Dave. Keep it up.
Dave motoring through there on Brook of Allspring there in the old local courts. Jimmie Johnson, that's the point separation, 159 points, 115 laps to go. Jimmie Johnson continuing to lead the Checker O'Reilly Auto Parts 500. Jimmie has led twice now for 112 laps. It is Jamie McMurray in second spot, Earnhardt Jr. third, Kurt Busch fourth, and the 5 car of Casey Mears in 5th position. Now, a moment ago, Mears had some issues there, Andy.
He had a little piece of trash on the grill. You can see it right here. And he was trying to get up behind Kenny Schrader and get it off. It's pretty important to get this off of here because the engine will run hot pretty quickly. We saw Martin Truex have to retire his car. You can see it go off right there when he got up behind Kenny. That same thing happened to the 1 car early in the race, and all the water boiled out of it and had to finally just come to the garage.
Now here's the problem, though. Because he slowed down to get in behind Schrader, the 11 car DJ is now running down.
Yeah, but it was important, just like Andy said, to get that off of there because they were either going to have to pit or he was going to run the temperature too high and push all the water out of this thing. So he's got a great car, great run going, and nice to see Casey Mears up there in the top 5 today.
You see he's still got a little piece right there on the strut for the splitter, but that shouldn't be a problem. He got the big piece off that he needed.
Yeah, that big piece was covering most of that left opening that they have. And that was going to create a huge problem for him. There's Harvick, you can see in the 7th spot there. Carl Edwards right behind him now.
Both the 29 and the 99 are moving up.
Yeah, Carl's got a little trash on his grill also.
Yeah, this wind's playing havoc. You can see the sun back out too. We were just commenting inside here a while ago that with the cloud cover, these guys were kind of getting a break down into turn 1, but the sun has come back out now. And going to start creating a situation these guys will have a hard time seeing down the front straightaway.
So Carl opts not to use the Kenny Schrader trash removal service, and this goes right on by Kenny.
Yeah, he might go up here and use Kevin Harvick. He's been trying to work Kevin to get the spot. He might just pull up behind him before he makes the pass.
And that looks like a thinner piece that it maybe is something that the air continues to go through that, where what was on Casey Mears was a piece of plastic that looked like it was restricting all airflow through there.
He's watching his gauges here to know that whether he's got a problem or not.
Carl Edwards being shown currently in 8th position. The points margin 159 right now between him and Jimmie Johnson. In front of the 99 is Kevin Harvick in the 29. Shannon.
And Kevin Harvick has made a whole lot of laps on this racetrack this weekend. Competed in the Chuck race, of course, finished first, won that race for Kevin Harvick Incorporated. Finished third in last night's nationwide race. Right now, solidly in the top 10. This car was loose at the start of this race, but it has gotten better. Kevin Harvick says really the only issue is that it chatters on the first couple laps, but then it comes to him.
Andy, they're running a new package under the front end of that car of Kevin Harvick's this week. Seems to be working pretty good for Harvick.
Yeah, I talked to Todd Berrier, and he said that it's all new deal. They even had to repackage the engine to make all this work and all the geometry stuff for the lower control arm. So they were pretty happy with it. Said off the truck it was good, and they were going to stick with it. Looks like it's pretty good today.
You can see Carl trying to run that higher line, getting a little bit of running, get a run on Kevin Harvick down the straightaway.
Get to that 29, right behind him a little bit so you can get that tape off.
Yeah, you see that. Bob Osborne watching TV too, and they could see that. I don't know that they'd picked that up before because probably Carl hadn't seen any temperature game, but they would like to get that off of there. But Carl's more interested in passing.
He wants that spot. And he said, man, I got to get by this car. Maybe I'll use one of these other ones.
Well, that's 4 more points right there.
That's the highest Carl Edwards has been in the field today. Jimmie Johnson in traffic. Carl Edwards moving up a spot.
Yellow's out for debris. Debris, turn 4 up high.
This will help Carl Edwards and plenty of others who are trying to run this 48 down now.
They don't have much success at running him down. As close as they can get of it under these cautions and see what they can do with him, and hopefully be able to get there and put a little bit of pressure on him.
What's to say, catching him is one thing?
That's right.
Casey Kane will be the free pass winner this time.
We have 16 cars still on the lead lap at this point in time. Marcus Ambrose, that 16th car. There's your debris on the racetrack.
Caution for the 5th time today. Critical that the 99 guys get Carl Edwards in and out and give him a shot to be up there.
Yeah, and that looked like that was out of the groove too. They're going to be coming, as you said, Andy, but that was in the groove till it got kicked up. Someone hit it.
Jimmie Johnson, McMurray, Earnhardt Jr., Casey Mears. There comes Carl Edwards as well as they head down pit road at 45 miles an hour. All the way around the curve for Jimmie Johnson to the very first pit. Dave.
And Chad Knaus asked his driver about the temperatures on this race car. They were low enough that they wanted to put a small piece of tape, not debris, but tape on there, and he could run a little bit better. 4-tire change, also a track bar adjustment, a little free. Mike?
Carl Edwards a little bit tight center. He'll take 4 tires, also make a track bar adjustment, and a can of racing fuel.
I think Kurt Busch's guys made a pretty good stop right there.
Tape on the grill cost the 48 car some time there. You see Chad Knaus not real happy, shaking his head back and forth.
Well, they saw what happened last time Jamie McMurray got out in front of him. He was able to stretch a lead. His track position is extremely important.
We just joined our coverage. Jamie McMurray sat on the outside front row and led the first 21 laps. Now let's watch again this Jimmie Johnson pit stop and that tape on the grill.
They got a brush there. They're brushing all the debris off the openings. Around here, this is what they do. They'll have this tire changer or tire carrier reach down here. He's trying to get this tape off of his uniform and trying to put it. Yeah, this cost him a lot of time. Just it's all about split seconds and cost him a spot. Good break for Carl Edwards.
Carl Edwards and a big break for Jamie McMurray. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station. Under caution at Phoenix, let's visit with our in-race reporter, Carl Edwards.
Carl, Dale Jarrett, ESPN. You got me?
I got you, Dale.
Well, it looks like that long run is being pretty beneficial to you. You made your way back up through there. But what are you fighting here getting going on these restarts?
I don't know. Just had a little trouble getting rolling right off the bat. Bob made an adjustment there with the air pressure. Hopefully that helps. But, we just got to do all we can, get all we can, and, you know, you saw what happened to the 24 there, you know, so we gotta keep digging here in case we get the opportunity to make some points up.
Yeah, I'm sure that gives you some hope. How bad's the sun getting down the front stretch here?
Yeah, the sun's pretty bad. It seems to be shielded a little bit by the dust storm back there. I don't know if that's clouds or dust or whatever, but it's a little better than yesterday.
Okay, thanks for talking. Good luck.
Thanks, Dave.
He refers to yesterday, a lot of trouble on the restarts.
Hey, Bob Osborne, Andy Petrie, you got a copy?
You, Andy, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. You got an opportunity again in front of you right here, kind of like last week. What do you think?
Yeah, too far away for us to take that, but yeah, we're working on the car slowly but surely, making some spots up. We'll see how it goes.
So you don't think it's possible to try to stretch this one?
Not from here.
Okay. Good luck, Bob.
Good.
Let's check in with the guys down in the pit studio. Alan?
All right, Doc, and a quick look at our sprint race rundown to catch up on what's happened so far in this race. Jimmie Johnson on the pole, Jamie McMurray outside of the front row on the start. Would Johnson get 5 bonus points toward the championship for leading the first lap?
Absolutely not. I told you Jamie McMurray was going to have that bad boy on kill. He's up on the wheel. He leads the first 10 laps.
Jimmy would eventually get to the front, though, and collect those bonus points. In fact, right now in position to have led the most laps in this race.
It continues to have a good car, but a little slowness on pit road put him from first to second for this restart.
Well, I tell you, this pit stop right here, trying to put a little tape on the front of the grill. You're going to see him change the left side tires. There's the left front guy trying to get the sticker, get the tape on. There's cost him a lot of time. Here comes Jamie McMurray by, goes out second. Chad Knaus is like, what in the world is going on here? Little struggle there.
Well, they were coming to the restart, but that has just been waved off, so going to be another lap of caution. And you see Jamie McMurray now leading with Johnson back in second and Carl Edwards running 7th in line. You talk about the sun glare from Michael Waltrip's onboard camera. Check this out during race action a minute ago.
Wow, that is incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
4,005, 1,006. Whoa.
Ooh, there's a track again. That's a good feel when you see the track again. Man, I've been in that position many times, and you're like asking your spotters to help you because you just can't see.
Rain shower earlier, 23-minute rain delay, but we're back under sunny skies. Jeff Gordon on and off pit road again, and now, Doc, looks like we're headed for that restart.
Gordon team still worried about the car. It sounded very sour when he pulled out a moment ago. They were just trying to isolate which cylinder it is. He's down on at least 7 cylinders, if not fewer than that. Back on the racetrack. Well, the restart. How much will the glare be a factor when you try to go down in turn 1 and you're side by side with traffic?
Yeah, this one is actually the worst on these restarts. You got cars everywhere. Makes it very difficult.
Carl Edwards can see that 48 car from here.
When he's not going down the front stretch where he can't see.
Okay. You might be able to see now.
Yeah, that's right.
You couldn't see him a while ago.
McMurray pulls away, and Jimmie Johnson just goes right by.
He fixed that little situation.
Yeah, and it was actually a situation that if McMurray had led the rest of the laps right there, he and Jimmy would have been tied with 122 laps led, but Jimmy's going to take care of that little situation here. So Jamie McMurray can't be the one that's going to keep him from leading the most laps. Really only Kurt Busch is the only other driver now that could make that happen. He would get up there and lead a lot. Otherwise, Jimmy's going to wrap that up today.
Carl Edwards back in 7th spot and mired in heavy traffic, trying to make his way up. There's a 99 car. Dave Blaney, the 22. There's Mark Martin in the 8 behind Carl Edwards.
Carl has to clear about 3 lap cars before he can ever get up to the next spot, which is the 11 car Denny Hamlin.
While we watch Carl trying to make his way up a position, let's check in the Jeff Gordon pits with Steve Letarte. Shannon.
Well, Steve Letarte, they have been able to bring that car down pit road. I know you've looked under the hood. Have you guys been able to diagnose what the problem is?
No, I think it's summed up in the valve train. You know, he felt it lose power earlier in the day, so I'm sure it probably bent a valve and it finally broke, but I can't say no. You know, Hendrick Engines have given us great engines all year long. They've given us better engines than we've had cars here some, so you know, it's not what we wanted to finish the year, but DuPont Chevrolet was good off the truck, and you know, I guess it's just kind of our year.
I know that you and Chad Knaus, 48 crew chief, definitely talked during the race. Has he spoken to you? Has there been any concern from that camp?
No, not really. We just want to make sure when Jimmy comes up the lap, we stay out of our way. But I guess we had to break an engine. Ours is better than 48s.
All right, Steve Letarte right now just still trying to figure out exactly what is wrong with that 24.
Jeff Gordon being shown right now back in 29th position, 1 lap down. He was running in 4th place when the problem erupted with the engine.
See Jimmie Johnson back out front here. He didn't waste much time in making that and getting it back to the front.
Now watch this restart here where he tries to get around the 26 car of McMurray.
Yeah, you can see he follows him into the corner, goes up high, but then he gets a great run and just turns his car right to the bottom of the racetrack. And that's smart driving along with a good race car.
Watch Chad Knaus watching this. They got to bring him. Come on, Chad, you can smile.
Yeah, there's my driver.
Yeah,
that's right. He's saying thank you.
Yeah, yeah. We won't wait on that tape next time, but we appreciate you doing that.
Tony Stewart in the 20 car and the 16 at Greg Biffle waging their own little battle back here for 9th position.
Yeah, they've been going at it pretty hot and heavy here. Biffle making moves there. Really impressive run for Greg Biffle. Tony Stewart's had a good day too. He's come from pretty far back here and able to work his way into the top 10. See, he's right on the bottom trying to battle Biffle, who's trying to run that higher line.
Those guys, 48 guys, put some tape on the grill, but they also have a piece of paper on the grill, so they've got a significantly smaller opening than they had earlier. They'll probably be watching the water temperature.
It's not like he's going to catch anybody to get it off of there either, is it?
No.
I mean, it's going to take him a while to get around.
He's definitely restricted that opening quite a bit. Dave?
Okay, so, sorry, here are the numbers. He asked Jimmy what his water temperature was. He said between 200 and 205. That's how they knew they could add the tape. Now, they lowered the track bar to make it just a little bit tighter, but they put the tape on to get a little bit more downforce on that front nose. So, with the water reported at 200 during the run, Andy, would you be comfortable with that paper on there now?
Yeah, if it was just 200, that shouldn't be a big deal. But what I start worrying about is temperatures above 250 degrees. And if I was Chad, I'd be asking him now. We see it's kind of moving around on the grill. I'd be asking Jimmy what it is now. If they can keep it under 250, see Jimmy get a little bit loose right there. If they can keep it under 250, it should be fine.
That little bit of paper could be contributing to that little bit of looseness right here, too, making a little bit more downforce on the nose.
That along with the tape they added.
Yes. Yeah, and this could be a situation we could see. Just we'll have to see if indeed it does impact the temperature on that car. But the one thing that they do have right now with Jeff Gordon off the pace, if they're needing to get to a car before they come up to any lap cars, then they do have that option of getting Jeff back there to where he could, Jimmy could get up behind him and try to help get that paper off of there.
Here's Clint Boyer, the 07 car. Now he is being shown a lap down in the 19th position. The 29, though, is not. He is right behind the 99 in 8th spot, Kevin Harvick. Shannon?
Well, I told you earlier, Kevin Harvick battling loose conditions. The car is pretty hooked up right now. They did make a track bar adjustment on that last pit stop just because Kevin Harvick was saying they were a little sideways off the corners. But right now, as you see Kevin Harvick right around his teammate Clint Boyer in that 07, the car is pretty good in that 29.
Harvick having trouble keeping the nose of his car pinned underneath his teammate, Clint Boyer. Jimmie Johnson trying to do what no driver has ever done at Phoenix International Raceway, win 3 in a row. He's also chasing history, so he can be the last man standing when this year is done.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Allstate. Are you in good hands? Sprint. The chase for the Sprint Cup comes to you with NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only from Sprint and only on the Now Network. Chevy. The most wins in NASCAR history. That's an American revolution. And Subway Restaurants. Subway. Eat fresh.
76 laps to go. In today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race at Phoenix International Raceway, Jimmie Johnson is out in front. He has just clinched the bonus points for leading the most laps in this race. Johnson's gap stands now at 155 over Carl Edwards, 162 or better at the end of the day today. Johnson only needs to start the race at Homestead, Miami next weekend, and he'll be a 3-time champion. Now let's talk about strategy. At that 75 to go mark we are now, we're inside a fuel window, Ray, for Carl Edwards teams. If we get a caution shortly, what kind of possibilities does that open up for them?
Well, certainly if we get a caution right now inside this window, everybody's coming. They're going to fill them up and they're going to try and go to the end. The big question is going to be, I think there's going to be another caution late around 280, 300. Will they come for tires?
And your thinking is based on just the pattern that this race has shown over the years.
Over the last 7 or 8 years, this race has shown a pattern, and right now the pattern says there's a 50% chance there's going to be a caution around lap 250 and an 80% chance there's going to be a caution around lap 280 to 300.
Now, looking at Jimmie Johnson's team, and one of the things when I asked you about that pattern is I'm thinking, okay, it hasn't been a full fuel run, so maybe Edwards' team tries for the 2 tires to see if they can get some track position and so on. If you're Jimmie Johnson's team, you're not doing anything but putting 4 tires on this car every chance you get lately, right?
Yeah, you've got to put 4 tires on that thing right now, not take any chances whatsoever. In fact, he's probably being a little bit nervous right now with that tape or that debris that's on the grill right now, guys. I'm a little concerned about that. He put tape on it for downforce. Now he's got debris on it also. I'm sure he's monitoring his water temperature, but Ray, if he gets any more debris on the front of this thing, this could be a problem for this team.
Well, I know they've got high pressure systems on them, like Tim Brewer showed us, but, 250 degrees, that's pretty hot. It starts to wear out a lot of parts and pieces, and if, too high a temperature can still cause a valve train problem.
So while Jimmy's out in front with a 2.5 lead, there's still a lot of action going on all over the racetrack, Doc.
All over the racetrack. Allmendinger in the 10 car, right side of your screen, the 42 of Juan Pablo Montoya. Those guys are battling back and forth for 13th position. Both these guys coming out of the open wheel ranks, very aggressive here in stock cars. Whoa, Montoya has his hands full.
And you can see Allmendinger gave him another lane or 2 to catch that car.
Yeah, the last lap by off of turn 4, going through 3 and 4, they split Michael Waltrip. Montoya to the bottom, Allmendinger to the top, so they're having a real battle.
And they're catching Jeff Burton just ahead of them for another spot.
Behind this group is the 6th car of David Ragan, who continues to log top 10 finishes. Shannon?
Well, one driver who's been so impressive this season is, of course, David Ragan. He started this race 30th today, guys. He has slowly moved his way up through the field. Now, I spoke with David Ragan, and he said that coming into this race, this always hasn't been a great track for him. He hasn't been able to crack the top 10, but over the past couple weeks, he has had such great runs. He has even impressed some of the most veteran drivers. Tony Stewart just this week said if he had to vote for a driver of the year, his vote would go to David Ragan.
Shannon, a lot of people in the garage area were talking about how in only his 2nd year in racing, this kid almost made the chase, talking about David Ragan as he's watching the battle in front of him between these 2 guys, the 42 and the 10.
Sounds like Tony Stewart's had a major turnaround on David Ragan. Isn't he the one he called a dart without feathers?
Yeah, and he also doesn't throw out a lot of compliments to other drivers, so that's a pretty high praise.
A little discussion going on here, checking out. What's he telling them, Andy?
Well, they got to make one more pit stop. They just don't want to make any mistakes. He's just telling them how to execute this thing and what the plan is. And I'm sure there's some scenarios. If the caution comes out now, if the caution comes out late, you want to get all this stuff down so there's no miscommunication.
Kurt Busch has been running down the 26 car. He has caught McMurray now. The question is, can he pass him?
It's been a good day all the way around for Kurt Busch. He's led a lot of laps in this race. Pretty much been in the top 5 the entire day, now trying to take that 2nd spot away.
He's had a pretty good flat track program. Remember, he won at New Hampshire. I know there was rain shortened back in the first New Hampshire race, but this same car here finished 6th in the 2nd New Hampshire race in September.
Got his hands full coming off the corner, though.
Good racing here. See Jamie's utilizing that higher lane to get a run off the corner, but looks like now he's going to let Kurt Busch have that spot. Probably was just having to use up a little more of his car than what he wanted to at that particular time.
66 laps to go. The race back in April was won on fuel mileage. The race last week was won on fuel mileage. I wonder whose calculators are doing what on pit road. We anticipate at least one more pit stop for fuel, and here are the guys that, remember, here's a guy who made the call last week. They went 103.5 miles, 69 laps to get to victory lane. What's Chad Knaus thinking? We'll update you when we come back to Phoenix in just a moment. Your ticket to the chase, one race remains. Homestead Miami Speedway coming up next week live on ABC. Who will it be? Who will be the last man standing and be crowned the 2008 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion? Jimmie Johnson chasing history, trying to tie Cale Yarborough as the only other driver to win 3 consecutive titles in NASCAR's storied 60-year history. Laps are clicking down here in the Checker O'Reilly Auto Parts 500. Less than 60 to go. There's Jimmie Johnson on the left of your screen. He is the leader. Carl Edwards now moving up to 7th position and moving in on the 11 car.
Pretty much a flawless day for Jimmie Johnson and his team. You can see how much smoother he's able to drive his car than Carl Edwards right there.
A lot of frustration coming out of last week at Texas, but the good thing about a championship team, DJ, when you have a bad day and you still get a top 15 finish, that's when you know your team is pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's what's been pretty amazing all week, and we talked about it last week, what a bad day Jimmie Johnson was having, and it was a 15th place finish. So it was a really good day for him. Obviously, not the day that they wanted, but if you're going to have an off day, it's a good day.
There's the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, trying to stay 10th in the point standings. Remember, only the top 10 go to the Waldorf Astoria, go on stage and get to celebrate the Champions Awards banquet along with their sponsors and team owners. So that's where Denny Hamlin's trying to hang right now. He is in the 10th spot. 17 Matt Kenseth back in 11th, and the 18 of Kyle Busch is 12th in the point standings. Mike?
And guys, the 11 team certainly disappointed with the way this season has ended up. Denny Hamlin said earlier this week, he said, look, our goals coming into the season have been for the last couple of years to make the chase, but that's about as far as we've been able to get. And it's to the point, he says, where we really need to step it up. We need to set our goals a little bit higher. We need to be able to contend for championships. Because of that, he said, we need to make a few changes on this team. Unfortunately, he added that it's a little bit political at Joe Gibbs Racing right now, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to make all the changes they want to make for 2009. Mike Ford told me this morning the changes they will make will only be minor, but certainly Denny Hamlin appeared a little bit frustrated earlier this week when he commented like that, saying that we do need to step it up and be a little bit better moving forward.
A lot of frustration this time of year for different drivers, DJ. Everybody's tired and worn out, ready for the season to be over, except for these guys here battling for positions on the racetrack. And both these guys want to win a race.
Yeah, they certainly do, yeah. Juniors caught Jamie McMurray here. Good day for both of these guys. They've run extremely well all day. Everybody pales a little bit in comparison to Jimmie Johnson and the pace that he's set the entire day. But good solid runs for both of these.
This is Jamie. He's struggling a little bit on this run. This is probably his worst run of the day. Track may be changing just a little bit, and his car's not quite as good as it was earlier. There's still one more pit stop these guys have to make, so it's going to be interesting to see if it goes green what they're going to do.
You can see right behind them there's Casey Mears, who is running both of these guys down. As we said earlier, really solid day for Casey Mears in that 5th spot right now, but he's got his eye on 3rd up there.
Best finish of the year as Casey Mears was 5th at Infineon. This would be his best finish in 2008 if he could just get there. He's actually going to equal it right now, trying to get up and battle these guys for 4th or 3rd. And again, he moves on to Richard Childress Racing in 2009.
It looks like the trash is still on the grill, this 48. He might even have a little small piece. That's another one on there.
You can see that's like a piece of paper, almost like a piece of a paper bag. It's almost double. It's flapping.
Okay, we got a caution. Man.
Debris in turn 3.
An opportunity for him to get it off.
Yeah, they can definitely get that off. And we're at a point in time now, we've run so many laps that everybody will have to take 4 tires.
3 pass will go to the 70 car. Johnny Sauter will be able to get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, a really good day for Johnny Sauter. He's done a really good job in this race car all day long. So give him a chance to make up some spots. There's some debris on the racetrack.
There'll be 18 cars on the lead lap. And Andy, obviously they can go from here. So if you're on pit road, your guys need to understand this is the money stop.
Yeah, this is definitely the money stop. So no mistakes, especially if you're Jimmie Johnson's crew. Look, guys, just be real accurate. Make sure the wheels are tight. And even if we don't come off first, our driver can get us back up there. He showed us already he can do that. Just no mistakes.
Take an extra beat on the lug nuts. Can't afford to have a lug nut off or be over the line. Got to be very, very meticulous here, deliberate.
Yeah, the good thing, he's got 3 lap cars in between he and Kurt Busch, so he's going to be able to, Kurt won't be able to get right to his bumper before they get to pit road unless he pulls up.
That does help. He's got a little gap right there.
So you can see that. Give them a little bit of a cushion. They don't need much. They do such a good job on pit road.
Jamie?
And Kurt Busch, guys, I was watching the lap times there the last 6 laps. Kurt Busch outran Jimmie Johnson about 4 of those 6 laps, so he's coming on strong. He's a little bit tight, though, wants to free it up. They're going to make a small air pressure adjustment and track bar adjustment for the 2s. Just had a spectacular run here in Phoenix. Mike?
Carl Edwards said he's a little bit tight in the center and free off, but otherwise as the run goes on, the car gets a little bit numb. They'll make a track bar adjustment, a 4-tire change, and a can of Sunoco race fuel, Dave.
Car was a little tighter. It was tighter for Jimmie Johnson. They get the debris off the grill. It'll be a half round of wedge in the right rear to help them loosen that car up, guys.
So Jimmy will be the first one on and off of pit road, and Carl Edwards up 3 positions. So the guys got it done when they had to get it done. The question is, can Carl now make up the differential on the racetrack? We're about to find out as we come back with the green after this message and a word from our ABC station. Less than 50 laps to go at Phoenix International Raceway, and folks, Carl Edwards as close as he has been to Jimmie Johnson all day long. Johnson the leader, Kurt Busch, Jamie McMurray, and Carl Edwards back in 4th position. Here they come.
See if Kurt Busch has got anything for Jimmie Johnson here. Makes a nice run off the turn 2.
He's hanging right with him down the backstretch.
See Jimmy get a nice run off the turn 4 as we look out the back of his car there. Jamie McMurray right behind the 15 of Paul Menard. He's in 3rd spot. Little gap back there then to Carl Edwards, who just seems to really struggle on these restarts.
5 car sideways, gathers it back up. Great save by Casey Mears. Was in 7th spot. Will lose about 3 positions back there, but kept it out of the wall. Here you might have gotten a little tap on the 19 car in traffic. Elliott Sadler. See if we can see what happened to the 5.
Yeah, he did. He caught the left rear corner pretty hard. Tough break for Casey Mears. He's having a great run going in.
Kevin Harvick moving in on the 11 car for position, who's also 3 wide. He's underneath the 41 of Sorensen.
Look at Denny Hamlin thread the needle.
Wow.
The 11 is 6th, and a lot of smoke now out of the 24 car of Jeff Gordon, who had been back on pit road.
Come on in, stop here either way.
They're telling him to get to the bottom of the racetrack. So he doesn't drop any oil on the track.
The hell with it. Just drive it to the garage. We're done.
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah, they've been working on that in the last caution. They were under hood a couple of different times.
Yeah, they were trying to see if it might be a plug wire or something. They did change the plug wire, but it was definitely internal.
He'll head to the garage area. This would be his 6th DNF, or did not finish in 2008. Been that kind of year for Jeff Gordon.
Had a good car today, too.
Coming off that second place finish at Texas, he had moved all the way up to as high as he'd been in the points all year long. 5th place coming in here. His teammate trying to hold on to win a championship, and Jimmie Johnson's had a remarkable day. Pole, and he's led the most laps, and now pulling away a little bit from second place. Let's listen into his radio.
Jimmy, it looks like we had a small puncture in the right rear tire. Didn't build up quite as much as the right front, but only about a pound and a half low, so not a real big difference there.
So not only are they good, they're very lucky, because that is a break that cost you coming out for debris a moment ago.
Yeah, that is lucky if you had a hole in that tire. Sometimes, though, you'll get a puncture in the tire under caution coming down on that apron to come down pit road, and that could be just what the deal was. That's why the tire wasn't all that low. It's just a pound or two. They've had all the brakes this year, but they make a lot of their own brakes.
Yeah, they've done a lot of things right, too. And usually whenever you're doing things right, it seems that things go your way a lot more. And anytime you're going to win a championship, whether it's our sport or another sport, you're going to have some breaks or good breaks along the way.
I'll tell you what, though, Chad Knaus and the guys, even Jimmy, are probably thinking, man, they're going to be the longest. Whoa, there goes the 5-car round.
Yellow.
Oh,
whoa, and it gets hit. Riggs is there, the 97 of Ambrose.
Look at this 28 car. It's at the 38 car, all jacked up in the back. Somebody's underneath him.
So much we can't even see who that is.
There's a little fire off the exhaust.
That's the 84 of Scott Speed that he's up on the hood of.
He put it in gear trying to drive off, but no traction.
He's got a Ford Fusion in his windshield, and Speed able to climb out of the car.
That's what you call getting somebody jacked up, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. They put the red flag out right now. They're stopping the cars short of all of this, which is a good idea to get it cleaned up, because these basically are these guys have their tires on for the last. They don't want to run them through this debris.
Watch the Montoya and the contact there with the 5-car Mears.
Wow.
Just hard racing through that dog leg.
Yeah, Casey Mears' great day went south in a hurry.
And all these other guys see are getting involved here. Oh, Marcus Ambrose having a good run there. Looks like he got a piece of that.
Yep.
Got into the back of Riggs. 0-1 able to get through, and then there's the contact with the 84, the 70, 38, 77 up against the wall.
70, who had just got back onto the lead lap in the previous caution.
NASCAR wanted a red flag to be able to get the safety crews out quickly with the fire extinguishers because of the raw fuel there, and that being on top of the other race car. There's a 66 of Scott Riggs. Trying to get slowed down and got hit from behind. Seventh caution flag of the day, and now the second red flag of the day. We had one early on for 23 minutes for rain, and now David Gill unable to climb out of that car from the second floor.
That was a long way down. He didn't realize that ground was that far away.
Well, let's head back to the garage area where Shannon is caught up with Jeff Gordon.
Well, Doc, about 100 laps, Jeff Gordon, this 24 team, you guys were able to hang out there after the first initial engine problem happened. What do you think happened inside that car?
I'm not really sure. You know, I felt it early on, start to lose some power, and you know, I didn't pay too much attention to it because I'm still getting plenty of RPM, and the car was still running good, and then all of a sudden it started really going down, and I felt it lose a cylinder, so probably a valve or something, but I'm not really sure. Kind of year we've had with this DuPont Chevrolet team. You know, we've had a lot of stuff happen to us. Engines haven't been one of them, and so now this is in the mix, and nobody's better than our engine shop. So we'll figure it out, make sure it doesn't happen again, and you know, it's just unfortunate. We had a good run going today, and you know, moving up in the points and doing everything we need to do to close out this season on a positive note. Not going to be now.
All right, Jeff Gordon still looking for that first win, guys. He has one more shot next week in Homestead.
He'd been running at the finish in the last 15 races here at Phoenix. The only one he had not finished the very first time he came here in 1993. Here's the damage on the front of Marcus Ambrose's car. He got in the back of the 66 of Scott Riggs when they were all trying to get woed down over there.
Yeah, the two guys battling for that 35th spot in owners points are both involved in this. The 84 of Scott Speed and Marcus Ambrose in this 47 car.
Under a red flag for the second time today, they're going to have to pick that 38 car up and try to get it off the hood of Scott Speed's Toyota. Back in just a moment.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, second to last race of the season. Phoenix International Raceway under the red flag for a second time after a multi-car pileup in Turn 3. You don't see them stacked on top of each other like that very often, but it has happened here, and the race is stopped to clean up the mess out in the corner. So while things are quiet on the track, let's take a minute and check out today's Sprint Cup Monster Moment. It revolves around Jimmie Johnson and his bid to do as much championship damage as he can today. Actually, it started back on Friday in qualifying.
Oh, boy, I tell you, he put that number 48 car right on the pole position. I mean, he really set a statement out saying, guys, I'm not going to mess around. I want to go for it. He's led the most laps right now. Got a heck of a good hot rod right now, guys.
Trying to lead the first lap of the race to get bonus points. That didn't work out. It did for him a little bit later, lap 81.
He got over there lap 81. He's taken off. He's led 177 laps since then. He's got a super fast car. I don't think anybody's going to touch him.
So crew chief Chad Knaus plots out the strategy and what could be the final pit stop for his team, and turned out they got kind of a lucky break for that last pit stop too.
They did. They believed they had a slow leak in the right rear tire, got it changed, made an adjustment, got the car out first.
And peeled some paper debris that was off the front of the grill with the big pole, so Jimmie Johnson's team getting it done when it counted most. For more monster moments, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Jimmie Johnson in command of this field as we sit under the red flag. Now let's talk strategy just a little bit. 39 laps to go under the red flag here. They just came off pit road and went for the restart with 46 to go. Ray, if you are first Chad Knaus, do we see Jimmie Johnson on pit road again the rest of the distance?
No, we don't. Jimmie hadn't. They've got to keep him clear of the debris. I believe there's going to be another caution yet that would eat up all the time that you would have to make things up. As good as his car is, it's got 4 brand new tires on it. He needs to stay on the racetrack.
And now that you got Carl Edwards up to 4th position, I think that kind of changes things for them too, right? They kind of are in the same boat with Jimmie.
If his car's good, he's got to stay out too. You know, if it's not good and there's a caution with 20 to go, then he's got to try and pit, maybe put on 2 tires. But right now, he's got to hope his car's good enough to beat Jimmie.
So right now, all quiet at Phoenix for a second time today. The first one was for rain, if you weren't with us earlier. Red flag number 2 with 39 laps to go. We're coming back to Phoenix for more in just a minute. Next Sunday, Jimmie Johnson looks to be in good position to be crowned a 3-time consecutive champion in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series in the Ford 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. It's only been done once before. Cale Yarborough in the late 1970s. Watch Jimmie Johnson receive the NASCAR Sprint Cup trophy. Most likely. Then again, you never know. 39 laps to go today and a whole race to go next Sunday. Our coverage of the Ford 400, ABC next Sunday, starting with NASCAR Countdown at 3 Eastern Time. Now, this programming note, for those of you living in the eastern and central time zones of the United States, because of the extended delays in today's race, our network has other commitments to programming that must be adhered to, and so we want to invite those of you in the eastern and central time zones at the bottom of the hour to join our race coverage, which will be continued over on ESPN2. Those of you in the mountain and western time zones will stay here on ABC, but for those of you in the eastern and central time zones, at the bottom of the hour, 7:28 Eastern Time, the race coverage will move to ESPN2. Not something we want to do, something we have to do, and we hope that you will join us over there if you wish to see the concluding moments of this race. So again, at 7:28 Eastern Time in the eastern and central time zones, switch to ESPN2 for continuing coverage of the NASCAR race. Mountain and Pacific time zones will stay here on ABC. Let's go to Jamie Little.
Well, Alan, one of the most spectacular and fiery crashes we've seen. Good news is both drivers out, David Gilliland, Scott Speed. What did you see, David?
You know, somebody lost it up there in front of us, and you know, just kind of checked up, and just kind of a chain reaction started that whole deal. So a lot of good cars got taken out, and you know, we were struggling today. Our digital TV transition, Ford Fusion, wasn't quite as good as we wanted, and we were struggling, but we got a lot better there at the end. So it's a shame. You know, hopefully we can get it fixed. I don't know that it's too bad. You know, Scott's hood, I think, was underneath my feet, but it was kind of a wild ride there. But you know, glad everybody's okay, and we're going to try and get ours fixed and get back out there.
Well, Scott, you came out joking. You said it was kind of like Days of Thunder-ish.
No, I mean, I went into a cloud of smoke, and next thing you know, I was stopping to hit something, and then I saw a little bit of fire, so I was boning out that thing, getting out, and David started burning out, and I was like, just getting me all with rubber, but no, it was all right. I mean, luckily at the end there, we finally got our car sorted out. I mean, we had a really bad understeer all day, but luckily, I mean, at the end, we were definitely showing progress, and that's important.
It was the 4th Sprint Cup start for Scott Speed. It's only the first race that he has not finished. And on a side note, the 66 Scott Riggs, okay, he's been released. Dave?
and with the crew chief now of leader Jimmie Johnson. Chad, they're speculating upstairs, and it may be true that we have another caution before this is all over. Do you want to see your driver on pit road again?
I would much rather go green, obviously. You know, Lowe Chevrolet's running very, very well. The guys have done a great job on pit road. Jimmy's doing an excellent job out there on the racetrack. So, obviously, with 39 laps to go, I'd love for it just to go green, and hopefully we can stay up there. But we just have to wait and see how it works out.
Knowing your competition is important, you've raced side by side with the 26. What about the 2? Any concerns with Kurt as far as speed goes compared to Jimmy?
The 2 car's been fast all day. They took 2 tires early on and got the track position they needed, and they were able to hang on to, I think, 3rd or 4th before the next cycle came through. So the 2 car's been very, very fast. I think we're just a little bit better than them. At least we are on new tires. Now, unfortunately, we're on some scuffs, and we'll just have to see how that works out.
All right, Doc, this group hoping for green.
Jimmie Johnson up front, Kurt Busch, McMurray, Carl Edwards back in 4th position, and was not able to get going there on that restart like he thought he wanted to. Let's check in with our in-race reporter.
Hey, Carl, Dale Jarrett, you have a copy?
Scared me a little bit there, Dale. I got you.
Didn't mean to wake you, man, but if you got a second to talk. The wind out there, I mean, it looks like we see the flags blowing. Is it affecting the handling of the race car?
It's not. It doesn't seem to be. I'm looking at it, you know, in the car, we're pretty, you know, we're sliding a lot down here in 3 and 4. It looks like it's blowing that way, so maybe that's part of it. The biggest thing is just the blowing trash out there. I got a little piece of something on the grill there earlier. That's the biggest thing.
With the track cooling down quite a bit, are you getting any more grip in the track?
Yeah, the last adjustment Bob made seems to be real good. This thing seems pretty fast. I feel as fast as any of these guys in front of me, you know, just for a couple laps that we've run. So I think it's playing into our hands here.
Okay, you got 39 laps to go. Can you get to the front?
I guarantee you I'm going to try. No good that Jimmy's leading this thing. We'd be having a great point today if he was running mediocre, but he's running really well. So we've got to go get all we can, but at the same time, you know, we can't take any risks that set us back because you know, we want to go into Homestead with the best shot we can. So I'm going to get everything I can, and hopefully not too much.
All right, Carl. Thanks a lot for talking with us today.
All right, thanks, man. Is everybody all right in that deal there? It looked pretty wild.
Yeah, everybody's okay. No problems there. Everybody got out, and we've talked with them. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. We don't see that very often, do we?
No, that was interesting. Glad they're all right.
NASCAR red flag didn't keep all the cars over on the backstretch, so they could not go back and run through the debris up there, Andy, and that was because there were just pieces of sharp metal everywhere, and they had to spend quite a bit of time cleaning up the track, and this could have been a mess if these guys would have run through, maybe had a slow leak or even cut a tire.
Yeah, it was great reaction by NASCAR to get this field all stopped on the backstretch before they ever came back through there, and that did keep it from being a lot worse.
Let's visit in the 2 crew with Pat Tryson. Jamie.
What a day they are having. Like I mentioned just a little while ago, you guys outrunning the 48 car there lap after lap. What do you think on this restart, Pat? What are we going to see?
You know, hopefully we'll get a good restart with the Miller Lite Dodge and hopefully have a shot at Jimmy. I think, you know, he's a little bit better on a short run. I think it looks like we're a little better on a long run, so hopefully he'll stay green the rest of the way, and hopefully we'll get him in the last 10 laps or so.
Now, you're one of 3 teammates running this new engine. What do you think of it?
Yeah, it's been great for us so far. I mean, we've been running it every race here except for Atlanta, and it's been real good for us and real reliable. We've only had one problem with it, so looking forward to making it even better for next year.
How fun is it running back up front?
It's, you know, it's where we should be, and it was obviously a disappointing season so far, but we've come together here towards the end of the year, getting some momentum for next year, and hopefully we can go get a championship for Kurt next year.
All right, they're looking for their 2nd win this season. Mike?
Catching up with Larry Carter, crew chief for Jamie McMurray. In 3rd, still quite a few laps remaining. Can you compete for this win?
We sure haven't shown that we can today. We've been a little bit tight. You know, we've adjusted on it. We haven't been able to get the car, you know, perfect. And the 48's got a really good car today. And unless we can, you know, hit on something right here in the closing laps, I mean, it's going to be tough. They got a really good car.
I know this is one of the last races remaining for you as crew chief for Jamie McMurray. That said, how important is it for you to go out on a very high note?
Well, I mean, you know, we're going to try to do our best every week. We've been on a little bit of a roll, so we'd like to end on a high note, get these guys charged up for next year.
You mentioned to me earlier this morning about Jamie's confidence and how it's on the upswing. What's his confidence been like so far this weekend?
He's been really confident in the car. I mean, he's just done a great job. He's given us a lot of good input, and you know, he's just done super. I mean, Jamie's a great race car driver, so, you know, just fortunate to be here and be a part of this.
Something, Doc, that would certainly boost that confidence even more would be going to victory lane, something he has not done in 52 races.
Not since July of 2007, and now NASCAR has given the command to fire them up and roll them off. 39 laps to go here at Phoenix International Raceway. Can Jimmie Johnson hold on? The margin in points right now is 141, and you heard what Carl Everett said, I want to do whatever I can to get there. And those flaps that are bouncing down there, Andy.
Yeah, you see all the cow flaps on the cars. They were open because of that wind down the back stretch, and they start shutting when the cars go forward. It's just kind of funny to see that because you never see a wind quite like this.
Johnny Sauter going to get a little help from the wrecker there to get this car refired, and after having a very good run today in that 70 car, being shown as the last car on the lead lap in 18th position.
That's one thing NASCAR does a good job of, is they won't let anybody have a problem getting their car started. They'll push everybody off with no penalty to get everybody rolling again.
Tony Stewart having trouble getting fired. He's in 10th position. He's going to get a little help from his future teammate Ryan Newman pulling up there to give him an assist.
Yeah, making brownie points with the boss already. Not a bad idea. Ryan had problems earlier today with a flat tire that eventually caused a problem with their sway bar arm. So he's quite a few laps down.
And often you see a Dodge helping a Toyota on the racetrack, but it does happen.
Pits are closed, but you'll see a lot of these cars that were involved in the accident down there on pit road trying to get this, you know, a lot of the damage fixed.
Marcus Ambrose there. There's the 5 car. Casey Mears, who was having such a good run, ran in the top 5 or 6 much of the day. Bobby Labonte in the King's Dodge, King Richard Petty's Dodge. There's the 47 of Ambrose.
Once again, very important for these guys to stay out there. The 84 car is out, and they're battling for that 35th spot in owners points. See Sam Hornish Jr., who got a piece of that action down in turns 3 and 4. That action, having to make some more repairs.
Well, Jimmie Johnson wants to win a championship, and behind him, Kurt Busch wants to win a race. And DJ, the question is, how aggressive is the 2 car going to be, knowing that a little nudge by him could totally change the complexion of this championship for Jimmie Johnson?
I think Kurt Busch is going to be pretty aggressive. If he gets the opportunity, he's going to stick his nose in there. He's going to figure this up to Jimmie Johnson. He's in a situation that he actually could probably take advantage a little bit of the situation, knowing that Jimmy's not going to press the issue too much. He might stick his nose in there, and knowing that the 48 may give him a little bit of room.
Yeah, he'll drive in there and say, okay, which one of us has the most to lose?
Yeah.
And Jimmie won't be able to afford to chop him off, because he would get the contact and lose it. And here's the 18 car of Kyle Busch on pit road. 31 also in. Jeff Burton coming out. He's already had his service. Montoya coming out. David Reagan.
Yeah, these guys, we saw tires really make a big difference at the end of the nationwide race yesterday. So these guys were towards the tail end, or the back part of the guys that were on the lead lap. So they're taking advantage of this opportunity to see if they can make up some more spots.
Jimmie Johnson has led 3 times today for 179 laps. The next leader to him would have been Kurt Busch, who has led twice for 60 laps. Johnson had an agenda coming to Phoenix this weekend. He wanted to come in here after the disappointment in Dallas, sit on the pole, and lead the most laps and win the race. Thus far, he has captured 2 of those 3. Now, race coverage will continue here on ABC on the West Coast, and you can also find us on ESPN2. And if you're watching on the East Coast, it's time now for America's funniest home videos. After this word from our ABC stations, remember, we're going over to ESPN2 on the East Coast. We welcome those of you watching on ESPN2. As we are here at Phoenix International Raceway, just 36 laps to go. The next to the last race in the 2008 chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup, and it's this guy's championship to lose. He has been so good all day long. Do not expect him to be back on pit road However, behind him is a very hungry Kurt Busch in that 2 car who would like to get there. And so that's with Jamie McMurray. And by the way, the guy chasing him in the points is the red car back in 4th spot there, Carl Edwards.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Johnson would probably say it's his championship to win. And that's what he's been out here to do exactly, is try to put all of these things to rest. He wants to have a much more restful week in leading up to Homestead. And they've just done a tremendous job all day long, all weekend long. They came out here, they won the pole, had a fast race car, done all the right things.
Only 8 drivers. He would become the 8th driver to win 3 or more championships in NASCAR's 60-year history. The only active driver with 3 or more titles is Jeff Gordon in the garage area. Can he get it done? 35 laps to go, coming down for the green flag. Going to restart this one. Jimmy Johnson going to try to get out there. Kurt Busch not going to let him get away. They're going to try to hold on to that rear deck. Out of turn 4, and the green flag waves once again here at Phoenix. Johnson slips a little bit coming out of turn 2, and Kurt Busch is right there, 2 car lengths back. We welcome our West Coast audience. We've just gone green here at Phoenix International Raceway. 34 laps to go. Jimmy Johnson holding a car length and a half, now 2 car lengths over Kurt Busch.
You can see that battle there for the lead. You saw Carl Edwards back there. He has Dale Jr. right on his bumper. See Kurt Busch slip just a little bit. Dale Jr. would really like to help his teammate Jimmy Johnson out and get by Carl Edwards.
There's Carl Edwards' teammate right in front of him, back in 3rd position. McMurray, there's the 26 car, then Edwards, then Jr. Lots of politics to play out here in these final laps. Who's going to help who?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to move over for anybody, but you can see Carl starting to gain just a little bit on Jamie McMurray.
Yeah, I don't think Jamie's going to give him much trouble if he catches him. But he's not going to give him that spot. He's racing for points, and he's racing for pride, too, so he's not going to just roll over.
Carl's looking up there. Right now, he's a big Kurt Busch fan. He's wishing Kurt get up there and make a move on Jimmy Johnson to get side by side with him, where these guys might catch up a little bit.
I just keep thinking back to that last lap at Kansas when Carl Edwards said, I'm going to do whatever I can. He just held the throttle wide open and bounced it off the wall in turn 4. And remember, our veteran crew chief, Ray Evernham, down on the pit studio, he's already predicted one more yellow flag, which could really bunch things up here again.
I could throw a wrench in it because some of these guys will want to pit. And it'll be some of them want to stay out. It could really jumble things up. Wow, look at this race. 3 wide.
Talking about a yellow. Good possibility of it right there.
7th, 8th, 9th position. There's the 31 car who just takes the 7th spot away. Burton, Harvick back in 8th.
Remember, Burton was one that was on pit road and got those fresh tires.
Update Jeff Burton. Shannon.
Not only fresh tires, but it was an air pressure adjustment that's helped Jeff Burton out on lap 261 on that pit stop. Jeff Burton said, I just can't hang with these guys. I have no grip. I cannot drive with them. So they made an air pressure adjustment. And as you can see now, that 31 has certainly come alive.
There's a caution flag that Ray Evernham predicted would happen.
We could see the 18 and 41 get together. I was wondering which one of them might get the flat tire right there, and it didn't take long to find out. That splitter probably got against the left rear tire of Reed Sorensen.
It's hit pretty hard. He's probably got to come to you.
Watch him coming out of turn 2 here. You can see Kyle Busch gets up into the side, and that right there is what more than likely would cut the tire down. Yeah, you can see it come apart right there.
Okay, here these leaders are going to come by pit road.
Now, what do you do, crew chief?
Well, I'm going to leave him out if I'm Chad Knaus, just because of the track position.
If I've got a car like that 48, I'm staying out, Rusty.
The 48 might have to stay out. Boy, I tell you what, if I'm Dale Earnhardt, Junior Hamlin, or somebody like that, man, I'm coming out pit road to get some tires. Looks like they're staying out right now, but boy, I tell you what, that was an opportunity.
Oh, here they come from about 6 up. Harvick did the fake on somebody. Looks like Biffle's on pit road, Tony Stewart.
And that's a break for Jimmie Johnson because he didn't want to have to deal with somebody on 4 tires right now this late in the race.
The 12th and 14th place cars, there's Biffle and Stewart you mentioned, guys. There's a 07 who is being shown on the lead lap. Bowyer now, Biffle, and Chad says we got what we got, guys.
Yeah, he made a good call right there. Only thing that could have really messed him up is if, let's say, third on back came in and got tires. Then he would be nervous. But he's got a lot of cushion. A lot of guys stayed out. He got a lot of help from the field there.
He had a lot of guys faking. Denny Hamlin was the first one to act like he was coming down pit road. He looked like he really wanted to.
I'm not sure they were all faking. I think there was a lot of indecision down there also.
Five-car of Casey Mears had such a good run going, and will being involved in the accident is retired back to the garage area. Jimmie Johnson, the kind of year that drivers dream about. 3 consecutive titles. He wants to go to Homestead with just being able to start and run a modest race, as he's had his issues at Homestead over the years. Right now the points differential 141 points. Remember what Carl Edwards said back before Atlanta. He was almost 200 points back. He said if we could just somehow narrow it down and get it within 130 points going to Homestead, we might have a shot, because all of the Roush Fenway guys are very good. Speaking of Roush Fenway cars, here's the 17.
He gets the free pass this round. This race cannot get over quick enough for Chad Canals. I know this has got to be agony. You know, if he can finish it off right here in this spot, everything's going to be wonderful, but it's still 25 to go, and it's got to be just agony. I know what it feels like.
Yeah, Jimmie Johnson sitting in that driver's seat too. He's saying, boys, can't you just get along back there?
Come on. Let's just run this thing out.
And I'm like you, DJ. I got to believe that car behind the 48, the 2 of Kurt Busch, he knows how much a win would mean to that team, and that's the kind of disappointing year they've had this year.
Yeah, and all he's looking for is just a little bit of a slip by Jimmie Johnson, and that's easy to happen. You got older tires here. You can see the 38 car back on the racetrack after sitting on top of the 84 over there.
Yeah, they got it fixed up.
Yeah,
peeled away some of the sheet metal.
What's left of that Ford Fusion is back on the racetrack. There's no quitting that Yates bunch.
I'll really be impressed if the 84 gets back out.
You know, there's one good thing for Jimmie Johnson right here, because we still have double file restarts, but he's got veteran Mark Martin right there on the inside of him, who is not going to mess with him whatsoever. So he's going to be able to clear that inside lane getting down into turn 1.
And the other thing is Mark Martin's going to be his teammate after this race starting for 2009, so he's going to be running for the championship.
Yeah, and the good thing about Mark, whether he's going to be a teammate or not, that's just Mark Martin. You know, he's going to allow that. He knows what's going on here.
Here they come. It'll be 24 to go at the green flag, and we'll see if the 2 can somehow hang with the 48.
Now Mark might hold that 2 up a little bit.
Mark's racing pretty hard here.
There he is. He's not going to push the issue.
He's not.
88 and 99 were side by side a moment ago, and the 88 now moving in again behind the 99 to Edwards for 4th spot.
Yeah, Junior had to back out of that situation. He knew that wasn't going anywhere either, so he just backed in behind Carl Edwards.
This 18 car's got fresh tires. He's trying to, well, he goes in there, locks up the left front tire.
Yeah, now here's the guy that's got fresh tires right here, Kevin Harvick. No, I'm sorry, he faked it or acted like he was coming.
Yeah, he didn't come.
Yeah, he didn't. He ended up not coming.
I bet he's regretting that decision right now. He's got some of these cars with tires behind him.
Trying to move in on the 31 car, who sort of blocked in behind some traffic up there. The 55 of Michael Waltrip in front of this group.
And we thought the 18 pitted. He does not have fresh tires either.
Well, it's from the previous ones when he got his tires, along with Jeff Burton. It's when they came in and got 4 tires on the previous caution.
Not this last round.
No. Which are a lot fresher than what our guys up front have. They got a lot of traffic to deal with, too.
Yeah, Carl not able to pull in on his teammate McMurray at all. Jimmie Johnson stretching it out over the 2 car of Kurt Busch.
Yeah, we know that the short runs haven't been Carl's strong suit here today, and unfortunately there's just over 20 laps to go.
Battle for 5th position here.
Another caution flag.
Yellow. Debris on the front stretch right in the middle of the track, they're saying.
That Chad is going, man.
Yeah, you got these cars coming back out here. They're involved in these accidents. You get things falling off of them. NASCAR tries to tell these guys, Andy, before you go back out, before you take a car out there, to make sure it's right.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, I've always been very diligent when we fix a car in the garage to not have pieces falling off of it, because you don't want to go out there and affect the race for the other guys.
Does anybody up front pit? What do you do if you hear the two car?
We just saw a while ago. They already kind of showed their hand the last time. They're not coming down.
They can't get enough guys. The problem they have is the guys that pitted just this previous time, and even 2 cautions ago, which were Jeff Burton and a couple of other cars. Those guys aren't going to come onto pit road, even if Kurt Busch decides he's going to come. And I don't think that's what he's going to do. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, why give up 2nd position? No one's been able to run down Jimmy all day, so.
Yeah, you might could put 8 on there and might not beat the 48.
Or 1 in the trunk.
Yeah.
And they stay on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think they might have wanted to say that over the radio, that they were going to come to get some other people kind of excited. You crew chiefs do that kind of thing, don't you?
Sometimes we just can't make our decision.
That's right. I got you.
You're just sneaky people, Andy. Just face it.
There are a few cars that are coming to pit road. A.J. Allmendinger in the 10. Clint Boyer.
Man, these guys are racing hard right here.
Stewart and Biffle. And I'll see if old Biffle will come back here, and there might be a little another touch.
There we go. A little nudge there.
That was a caution flag coming out. So now these guys are still beating and banging on each other.
They're in 17th and 18th. They were the 2 last cars on the lead lap. But however, this caution has given the 8 car of Mark Martin the free pass, and he will join him on the lead lap in 19th position. Laps are running down and tempers are getting short, guys. Here's a little more of a scuffle on the racetrack.
Don't know what this is about.
I don't know. These guys have been in these seats for a long time, too, so. We obviously don't see everything and know everything that's going on. Paul Menard's not happy about Jeff Burton for some reason. Here we go. Now, this was during green flag conditions. They were racing. See, Burton gets up there, getting a 3 wide situation. Whoa.
Yeah, we mentioned that the 31 car was trying to get by the 15 and 55, who are both 2 laps down, and he was stuck in behind them.
Well, you like to think that when it gets down to this time, everybody's still racing, but guys on the lead lap like to think that they get a little bit of courtesy during this time. Here's Mark Martin getting 4 fresh tires now that he's going to be back on the lead lap with a free pass.
Carl Edwards is back in 4th spot, and he's probably saying, I'm getting so many opportunities here with debris on the racetrack and yellow flags, but it just can't go anywhere.
It's just not working to his advantage, because that's not what his car's about today. His car's about long runs, and we obviously don't even have a long run if we go green flag to the end here. But Carl's just struggled on these restarts.
I think he's done a great job with what he's got. His car just hasn't been great all day. He's still sitting there in 4th spot. I think he's done just a tremendous job. It's not over yet either.
No, it's not over, and it certainly could have been a much worse day. It could have been a situation that if he hadn't worked really hard and gotten himself in this position, that this basically could have been over just by Jimmy Johnson having to start at Homestead next week.
What Carl has to be careful of is this 88 car. He's been getting a good run on these restarts.
The 22 car of Dave Blaney now the lap car on the inside of Jimmy Johnson. And we'll see if he will give way or if he will race Jimmy and these guys out into the corners.
That'd be interesting to see. You got 3 guys there, Dave Blaney, Michael Waltrip, and Bobby Labonte, who all know this type of situation. I wouldn't look for him to be messing with these guys too much.
As good as Jimmy's car is, I don't care how hard they try. I don't know that they can mess with Jimmy a whole lot.
Well, let's try it again here. It'll be 16 to go at the green flag. There's Kurt Busch chomping at the rear deck of Jimmy Johnson's Chevy.
Johnson got it hooked up on the restart right there. He was able to really accelerate.
See if Earnhardt Jr. can pull up like he did the last time and try to make a move on the 99 for 4th spot. They go up around the lap car of Dave Blaney. He will block that inside lane that Earnhardt Jr. wanted to use.
That's probably Jimmie Johnson's best restart yet. You can see him put about 3 or 4 car lengths on the 2 car. Carl Edwards now trying to clear Dave Blaney. Get himself a little breathing room from Dale Jr.
Jimmie Johnson just pulling away now from Kurt Busch. Half a second there in 3 laps.
Jimmy's just been so good in this chase. Hardly making any mistakes and just executes everything so well from restarts to pit stops. This team is just outstanding.
So Johnson, Kurt Busch, McMurray, Edwards is 4th. Earnhardt Jr. back in 5th spot. Denny Hamlin is 6th. Harvick is 7th. Kyle Busch in 8th. And Jeff Burton is 9th. There is the 11 and 88 battling for position. That's for 5th spot.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin trying to make a charge here late in the race. This is where he's really had difficulty today when he gets up here battling for these spots, trying to make these passes on the inside. He just doesn't seem like he's had enough grip to make that charge. He is going to be able to clear Junior, who slips a little bit off of turn 4. Hamlin moves into that 5th spot.
Kevin Harvick in there behind him. He is the next car on the lead lap behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. Here's Harvick. He's got some traffic in front of him to try to get by the lap cars of Dave Blaney and Michael Waltrip.
Comes Greg Biffle on fresh tires inside of Kasey Kahne.
That would be for the 11th position.
Trying to make the most of those 4U tires.
Yeah. Biffle's had an uphill climb all day long after having to start in the rear with a change of a transmission this morning. See Clint Boyer, who's gotten back on the lead lap. He's in the 13th spot.
Remember, he and Martin both came on and got fresh tires after getting back on the lead lap. The last 2 cautions. See if they can make it up. They're going to move in on Kasey Kahne as well. Tony Stewart just car walking up across the racetrack.
Yeah, looked like he got in that corner a little bit hot. Locking the brakes up a little. He's got it back down to the bottom in clear traffic now. Or clear racetrack.
Up front, it is Jimmie Johnson, who has dominated today at Phoenix International Raceway. Johnson has led 3 times for 207 laps. And at this point in time, unless they change positions, the point lead will be 141 points going to the finale at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Yeah, he'll actually get 5 bonus points then, too, which hasn't been added yet for leading the most laps. Oh, I'm sorry. They've already been added in there. So that's 141, which still means he's got to, he has to finish the race next week. He has to show up and he has to finish. He can't be, he can't finish dead last. And so that'll keep things interesting as we get there. But Carl Edwards is going to have to go down there and make a statement, too.
4th position on the racetrack, Andy. They've caught the 9 car of Kasey Kahne.
These guys who's got fresh tires now. It's making a difference.
See Mark Martin there, who got the free pass.
Kevin Harvick steering hard on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to take the position away. That's 6th spot from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh, got Stewart around Kenza.
Allmendinger gets by. There's the 7 car, Robbie Gordon involved.
And I couldn't help but think when you guys were talking about next week that this one wasn't over yet.
Caution number 10 on the night, or day, or whatever we are here in Phoenix.
It is getting dark. Looks like Stewart's having trouble getting his car started.
Yeah, he had to be pushed off from that from the red flag situation. That will put Tony Stewart a lap down.
Watch his contact again going into the corner. There's Allmendinger on the inside of Kenseth.
And there really wasn't any room on the inside of Kenseth right there. But AJ was trying to make him so.
There wasn't any to start with.
No. As is the case a lot of times, the guy that creates that contact drives on by these guys.
If he does it right.
And it wasn't something that AJ, he had tires on, he'd been in.
Yeah, he didn't do that on purpose. He was trying to make the most of what he had.
He just saw an opening and thought that he had a chance to get his nose down in there, pick up a couple of spots.
Tony Stewart's car gets refired with a little help, and the pits are closed.
Not that Jimmie Johnson cares. He's not coming anyway. There'll be some of these guys that need to get their cars fixed to come down pit road, but the leaders have what they have. Remember, a nice little shootout here.
Yeah, the only thing Jimmie Johnson needs to worry about now is not spinning the tires on the restart here and giving Kurt Busch any opportunity.
Well, the 99 car back in 4th position had a bit of a margin, but now the 11 car will be able to be right up against him on this restart where Carl hasn't been very good.
Jimmie Johnson just crushing these guys, though. I mean, you try to think all these scenarios. Would the 26 car let the 99 go for this spot? But it really doesn't make that much difference. If Jimmie Johnson wins this race, he's pretty well put these guys in a deep hole that they can't get out of.
The old saying in championship competition, it's harder to maintain than it is attain. And how about this 48 team? Back-to-back NASCAR Sprint Cup titles. And if they can hold on, they're chasing history to become only the second driver in the 60-year history of NASCAR to win it 3 consecutive times.
Yeah, I think the great thing about these guys is they just stayed in attack mode the entire time. You know, they realize that the way that you win a championship is by going out every weekend and getting the most points, and get the most points by leading laps and winning the race.
Yeah, they've changed that whole mindset right there of how you win a championship. They do it on offense.
And you saw that guy there, Chad Knaus, a moment ago. 7 years together, they've never finished out of the top 5 in points. Here's Juan Pablo Montoya coming in. Guys getting some fresh tires. Mark Martin back in for fresh tires.
More. Might as well add to the tire bill.
My last race of the year, might as well use them up.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's listen into the 10-car radio, AJ Allmendinger.
I feel bad. So mad. I mean, that's bad. I got loose. All right, buddy, just shake it off. It's racing. It happens. Don't worry about it. I'm going to have about probably green, white, checkered or so when we get this cleaned up.
Well, you feel bad during that time, but AJ, it's nothing that every race driver out there hasn't done at some point in time, and you just go on about your business and do your job.
Refocus and finish this thing out.
Yep.
He's got some damage on that right front. I hope it's not rubbing. That could cause him a problem. Looks like it might be okay for a green-white checker.
He's back in 14th position. There are 18 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, Marcus Ambrose is that 18th car. Even after that damage that he sustained in that accident over there, he's been able to stay on the lead lap and stay out there. So it's going to be a really good points day for him in that owner's battle for that top 35.
Final laps here at Phoenix International Raceway. Jimmie Johnson, the agenda was come to Phoenix and forget about Texas. Come here, sit on the pole, lead the most laps and win the race. He is 3 laps away from doing all of the above.
This start here will probably be the most challenging thing that he'll have, is making sure that he doesn't spin the tires. They're calling off.
1 to go this time.
Going to get 1 to go at the line this time. A little bit of an issue with the way the cars are lined up, they're telling us, but Jimmie Johnson just has to get up through the gears. That's the 2 things, is not spin the tires and don't miss a gear.
This will be the one and only attempt at a green-white checkered finish. And if the 2 cars got anything at all, he's going to have to try to put it on the 48 right now. Got one last shot.
I haven't seen anybody be able to do it all day, but you know, Jimmie Johnson just so flawless.
Green-white checkered finishes thus far. Martinsville, where Jimmie Johnson, by the way, this is the last time he ran the car he's in today, was at Martinsville, Virginia, when he dominated that day, leading 339 laps and held off the competition in a green-white checker.
Yeah, if they finish like this, Jimmie Johnson would only have to finish 36 or better next week at Homestead to clinch that third championship. So Jimmy's going to try to hold on, and Carl's going to try to go forward if he can.
Final lap. Remember, still 18 cars on the lead lap, so contact could totally change the complexion.
But Kurt, he gets a better run this time.
Kurt Busch got a good jump. Carl Edwards got a good jump.
Jimmie Johnson laid the power down pretty good off of turn 2.
I mean, Kurt Busch did all he could do right there.
Yeah.
It was right on him.
Jimmie Johnson will come out of 4 for the white flag here at Phoenix. 1 lap to go.
Oh, look at Kurt Busch. Think he's not driving hard?
He's still digging. He got that thing completely sideways.
Jimmie Johnson sideways there, too. Kurt got a nice run off the corner.
Okay, we're coming.
See if he can get to the bumper.
Can he get there? Here he comes. Kurt Busch a car length away. Jimmie Johnson trying to hang on.
Car length back. Awesome job, dude.
And Jimmie Johnson wins for the 7th time this year. Whoa, contact.
Hard lick for these cars. That's a bad way to end the race. A lot of cars getting torn up here.
6, 7, 8 cars involved.
Stewart's involved.
Robbie Gordon there, Bill Elliott involved, Kenny Schrader involved. The 2 initially involved were the 42 and 10. They were sort of shoved aside, but Jimmie Johnson pumping that fist and waving and saying, guys, we got 1 to go.
See Allmendinger battling off the corner here. I think that was 17 kind of moved down, saying he wasn't too happy about the last caution that AJ created and getting into the back of him.
Let's go down and visit with Chad Knaus, the winning crew chief. Mike.
And he's pretty happy, Chad Knaus, but had to be some agonizing moments there. You had the dominant car, but there were a rash of cautions at the end. What was that like for you?
It's always tough. You know, Kurt Busch is a heck of a race car driver, and they did a good job. They had a great race car all day long, so I was nervous with those guys behind us, but, Jimmy stepped up just a tremendous amount. This team did a really good job. We came here with something a little bit different than what we'd run in the past, and it worked great for qualifying, obviously, but we tried to adapt that into the race, and it just wasn't working for us. So we went to work last night. Jimmy really brought a lot to the table and kind of pointed some things out to me. We put a different setup in the car, and, damn, it was fast all day.
You said last week you like to win. Winning relieves pressure. How much of the edge does this take away now as you go to Homestead with a very sizable margin?
I don't know. Carl finished 4th, man. He's still right there on us, so it's
over 100 points.
Well, that's good. I like that, obviously. But, those guys race very hard, and they're going to be very tough at the 1.5-mile track and, at Homestead. But, man, I just like winning. I just like winning races, and that's what we do here, and we do it for Rick and for everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, and that's just awesome.
They do it oh so well, Shannon.
Down here with the 4th place finishing Carl Edwards. Coming into this weekend, Carl, you said 130 points, 140 points going into Homestead. You still had a chance. 141. What are your thoughts now?
Well, first of all, I got to thank Ford and Office Depot and Aflac and everybody. And we had a great run. Jimmy's he's doing it. He did a great job. And the thing we've got to do is just keep our heads up, go to Homestead. It's still possible. It's not probable, but I can guarantee you we're just going to go there and give it 100% and and hope that something happens. We saw what happened with the 24 today. You never know what can happen.
And of course, those Roush Fenway racing cars are so good at Homestead Miami Speedway. Jamie?
Kurt Busch never gave up, went down with a fight. Tell us about that last lap. And you had 4 restarts within 25 laps. What was it like tonight, Kurt?
Yeah, we did have plenty of opportunities to go for Jimmy, and it's something special. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about my team and my crew right now or what Jimmy's doing in this sport. We were pretty good today, but we weren't that good. And what he's building on and what they're doing with 3 championships in a row, it's something pretty special. And I encourage all the fans to come out and watch or be there on TV. This is something that Jimmie Johnson is putting a whooping on everybody. But I have to thank my crew, Pat Tryson, great adjustments all day. I love working for Roger Penske. This Miller Lite Dodge was fast. We had Mobile, we had Gillette, Snap-on, all of our great sponsors this year. A couple of mine with Gators, Alpine Star, PT's Pub in Vegas. Hopefully everybody's having a Miller Lite. We really put up a fight. I was proud to finish second today.
All right, Kurt Busch giving props to Jimmie Johnson. Shannon?
Well, Jamie McMurray started on the front row today, finished third. What a great run for this team. You survived. How was your day?
Really good. We Irwin Industrial Tools Ford Fusion was really fast at the start. We got back in traffic, and I thought if I could ever get out front again that they wouldn't be able to catch me, but we got a little bit tight as the race went on. And when I was leading on the restart, I got to turn one and it wouldn't turn. And Jimmy got a huge run on me. They adjusted on a little bit and got it better at the end. And then I'm glad for my pit crew. They had a really good stop the last two and actually gained us some spots. So I didn't want them to catch grief over what happened at the first.
All right, great week for Jamie McMurray. He gets engaged, and he has a third-place finish.
Thanks, Shannon. Let's set the point standings down with one race to go and see that the top two are still in it. Everyone else has been eliminated from possible championship contention at Homestead, Miami next weekend. Jimmie Johnson going there to make history. Carl Edwards not ready to relinquish and say that it's over. He says anything can happen because those Roush Fenway cars are very good at Homestead Miami Speedway. Folks, we are in the presence of greatness, and here he comes out of the car. Let's go down to Victory Lane and Dave Burns.
I'm just going to let the boys be boys right now. Yeah, thanks. Okay, they got the last shot on me, too. 3 in a row here, Jimmy. Unbelievable run today. Last week, they took it to you. How does it feel to take it to them this week?
Oh, man, you never know with the sport. You never count this team out. We didn't have the best day yesterday, and these guys worked hard on it last night and made some great decisions on this car, and this thing was awesome all day. So this sport, it challenges you, man. I can't tell you how tough the last week's been. It's just emotional, regardless of where you're at, if you got a big points lead or not. It's what I've worked my whole life for, and I know everybody else in this field has too. So, when that weight sits on your shoulders, it's a tough one. I'm proud of this team to rise up each time. I thank the good Lord for this talent and this great race team that I have. And I just can't thank everybody at Lowe's, Hendrick Motorsports, my crew, my guys. A lot of hard work goes into this, and it's nice to see it coming together.
How about the last few segments and the restarts? Big time wet up there again. Unbelievable. The last few restarts, knowing that if you just hung on to that, you'd give yourself a huge advantage going into Homestead.
I did, and I didn't want to do anything stupid. And I knew the 2-car was hungry and was very, very good all day long, so I didn't want to do anything there to get ourselves in trouble. But I knew there was 10 more points for this victory, and I think we led the most laps today and stuff like that. So, and I was going for maximum points, and we got it. And the 99 had a great day. I know they started deep in the pack, but they were pretty strong all day long, put up a good fight.
And next week, you only have to finish 36 or better to do it.
Damn, I wanted to only have to start. Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's very, very good. And hopefully we can get all the nuts and bolts tied on that car for next weekend and roll out and get that top 36. I know we'll have the speed to do it. We just need things to go our way and not have anything crazy happen. So I just can't believe it. When I started way back when, I didn't think that all this would come together and have a chance to drive at Hendrick Motorsports and a great sponsor like Lowe's and be here looking at third. It was pretty cool.
It did come together, Alan. A great dominating win for Jimmie Johnson.
Little reflection there in Jimmy's voice, and there you sum it up. As long as nothing crazy happens, we will see a third consecutive championship and Cale Yarborough's great record tied.
That is just unbelievable. Great job out of Jimmie Johnson. And for Carl Edwards, I'm afraid he's going to need a Hail Mary when he gets down to Homestead, Florida.
I think you're right. Looks like Penske's back. Jamie McMurray, great run. What about old David Reagan coming home 10th today?
And you've seen 2 great heavyweights going punch for punch down the end, and Carl Edwards said he ain't knocked out yet.
The 3-time heavyweight champ, Jimmie Johnson.
So join us next weekend and see a couple of champions crowned. The NASCAR Nation Nationwide Series Ford 300 ESPN2 Saturday, 4 Eastern, Clint Boyer, Carl Edwards in the fight for the title there. And next Sunday, the Sprint Cup champion crowned at the conclusion of the Ford 400, 3 Eastern time on ABC. If it's Jimmie Johnson, a history-tying 3rd consecutive title. For our entire ESPN NASCAR crew, thanks for watching. We'll talk to you next weekend from South Florida.
Don't turn back, don't give in. Rising up to see the